Chapter 148. The Bronze Immortal Palace was one of the greatest historical mysteries of the Eastern Barren Territory. Legend had it that it was built by an immortal, but no one could verify it. It had appeared long before the Antiquity era, but no one knew where it came from. Yi Fan decided to reveal this secret. Everything was just to create an opportunity to leave this place. He could predict that once the news spread, it would cause a huge wave that would shake this land. However, he couldn't care so much anymore. Ji Ziyue's eyes widened. She tried to stop him telepathically, but it was too late. Yi Fan ignored her and continued speaking. "Brat, what are you doing? Do you know what will happen if the news spreads? Didn't we agree to hide the news?" Ji Ziyue was furious. Seeing that Yi Fan was ignoring her, she clenched her fists and wanted to punch him. Yi Fan was very detailed. He pointed out the area and told them that it was near Taixien. They could go and verify it at any time. He had no choice. In order to escape, he ignored Ji Ziyue for now. "Is that true?" Saint Yaoguang was shocked. She stood up, her body radiating with light. She was enveloped by a gentle halo and looked like a fairy. "Are you sure?" Hua Yunfei couldn't keep his calm anymore. He stood up and looked at Yi Fan. "Ziyue, is that true?" Ji Haoyue stared at his sister. He knew that the two of them had always been together. Everyone didn't believe Yi Fan's words. They all looked at Ji Ziyue. At this point, she couldn't hide it anymore and could only nod. "Why didn't you say something so important earlier?" Ji Haoyue blamed her. "It's not a good thing. Every time the Bronze Immortal Palace appears, many people die. I feel that in order to avoid bloodshed, it's better to hide it quietly," Ji Ziyue muttered. "I forgot to tell you. There's a lot of xianhuang there. It's as thick as clouds and as heavy as mountains." Yi Fan was very thorough and threw out another piece of heavy news. "What? There's qi of all things there. That's a holy item for forging weapons." Everyone was shocked and their eyes lit up. Xian was the essence of heaven, and Huang was the marrow of the earth. They were the quintessence of heaven and earth, so Xian and Huang were often used to represent heaven and earth. "Are you sure?" Hua Yunfei could no longer remain calm. He drifted over and stared at Yi Fan, asking seriously. "Of course, I saw it with my own eyes." Yi Fan gave an affirmative answer. "Where is that lake?" Yao Guang's saint's beautiful eyes twinkled with a strange light. The others gathered around as well. At the beginning of the world, the essence that seeped out was mysterious yellow. There was pitifully little of it, and it was already on the verge of drying up. It was the love of extreme experts, a treasure for refining artifacts. Although the Bronze Immortal Palace was shocking to them, it was also a little vague. Even if they knew the news, they could only report it and let the sect leader and Grand Elder decide. The so-called opportunity to become an immortal was too far away from them. However, all life source energy was different. This was a rare treasure, a divine object that could refine all material qualities. If one could collect it, then they would benefit for the rest of their lives. Everyone's eyes were burning with desire. Everyone wanted to forge a top-notch weapon. "What are you doing? You evil fellow, you are harming others." Ji Ziyue was very sharp and sensed the abnormality. She scolded Yi Fan in secret. "You clearly know that all life source energy has retreated into the Bronze Palace. Why do you still say that?" Ji Ziyue asked Yi Fan for the essence of all life source energy. She went to the lake several times to collect mysterious yellow. Although she had great harvests, she realized that the mysterious yellow was sinking. In the end, it all sank into the Bronze Palace and she could no longer collect it. These people retreated and personally went to report to their masters. They followed the famous figures of various sects here. This news was too big. Even people like Ji Ziyue, Yao Guang Saintis, and Hua Yunfei couldn't make a decision on their own. They left in a hurry. Ji Ziyue's big eyes were shining. She was as sharp as a fairy. She wrinkled her nose and angrily pulled Yifan back. What are you trying to do? Don't be angry, or else you will easily get wrinkles. Yifan smiled and pinched her nose. Little brat, you are too bold today. Ji Ziyue grinded her little canine teeth and was about to teach Yifan a lesson. Hurry up and take out your treasure to collect the essence of all life source energy. Yifan whispered. What? Ji Ziyue was shocked. Her big eyes flashed with light. She had already collected all life source energy from the lake, but it was far from being as pure as the essence of all life source energy. Only with this kind of source energy could one truly refine the legendary extreme Dao weapon. She had tried all sorts of threats and promises, but Yifan just wouldn't give her the source energy. She didn't expect him to take the initiative to give it to her now. Yifan felt that even though Ji Ziyue was weird, she didn't have any bad intentions. On the contrary, she had been protecting him in all sorts of ways. He was about to leave this place. He felt guilty and decided to give her the treasure of all life source energy. Even though he couldn't control all life source energy and could only gather a small amount on the surface of his body, Ji Ziyue had treasures on her. That was enough for him to absorb it. It's really the essence of all life source energy. When Ji Ziyue got the source energy, her big eyes curved into crescent shapes. Dimples appeared on her face and she was as lively as a fairy. Cultivate well and surpass your brother. Yifan rubbed her head and turned to leave. I have something to do. I'll return to my humble peak first. Ji Ziyue was rather smart and had already sensed Yifan's abnormality. He mentioned the Bronze Immortal Palace for no reason. After connecting the dots, she immediately guessed the reason. Little brat, you don't have to run. She quickly chased. Recently, Yifan had been studying Crazy Ole's footwork. Even though he couldn't take a step in the mountains and rivers behind him, he was still unbelievably fast. This was a supreme secret technique. Even though Ji Ziyue's cultivation was higher than his, she couldn't catch up at all. In the blink of an eye, she was left behind. Yifan could only vaguely hear someone shouting, "Little brat, don't go." He sighed and left without looking back. He was not strong enough, so he could only escape. When he passed by the area where the humble peak was, he saw Li Ruoyu standing on the peak and looking over. Yifan hesitated for a moment but eventually flew into the air. He believed that this old man would give him some pointers. He didn't want to leave without a sound. He flew up to the peak and bowed deeply before standing up straight. Are you leaving? Li Ruoyu asked. Yifan nodded. Then go. Everyone has their own path. The old man didn't say much. He had great wisdom in cultivation and comprehended the humble peak. He was extraordinary. Yifan thought for a moment and took out the pristine jade bottle. He poured out some divine spring water and sealed it in a jade container. He gave it to Li Ruoyu and said, "Thank you, senior. I'll take my leave now." After saying this, Yifan stepped on the void and used the supreme secret technique taught by Crazy Ole to leave like a ray of light. Other than Ji Ziyue and Li Ruoyu, there was another person who guessed that Yifan was going to leave. If there was anyone who understood Yifan the most, it was undoubtedly Li Xiaoman. After all, they had known each other for a few years. When he mentioned the Bronze Immortal Palace, she had already guessed his intentions. Then, seeing him leave, she immediately understood that Yifan was going to escape. Yifan didn't stop for a moment. The golden sea of bitterness boiled and lightning interweaved. He used all his divine power and used a mysterious footwork to quickly leave the Taishan sect. As for Crazy Ole, he had nothing to worry about. He was so powerful that even if he was in a deep sleep, it would be difficult for outsiders to hurt him. A few days later, Yifan was already tens of thousands of miles away from the eastern barren lands. Only then did he stop. It would take years to fly directly to the northern region of the eastern barren lands. He couldn't cultivate during this process and wasted time. Yifan couldn't bear it. Is there no other way? He sighed. The eastern barren lands was too big. This area was just a corner of the southern region. The distance between the north and the south was unimaginable. When Yifan stopped, he realized how big of a storm he had caused. It could be said that he had pierced through the sky. In these few days, the news of the Bronze Immortal Palace's appearance spread through the gate to all the major forces in the eastern barren lands. Many important figures were alarmed. Over the past few days, the wind and clouds had gathered. Not only had the cultivators of the human clan arrived, but even the famous figures of the demon clan had arrived. Among them, many were important figures who hadn't appeared for many years and had been in seclusion. However, the most shocking news was today. It was rumored that the human clan's Nangongjing, who had died 500 years ago, had reappeared in the world and arrived at the Taishan sect. There was also news that the Peacock King, who had swept through the southern region of the eastern barren lands 800 years ago, had once again appeared in the Wei Kingdom. It was unknown whether these rumors were true or false, but after these rumors came out, everyone was shocked. Immortal ascension was the ultimate dream of countless cultivators. It was the highest goal they pursued in their lives. But since ancient times, how many people had taken that step? The ancient books mentioned that there were a few people who were suspected to have become immortals, but there was no conclusive evidence. This made countless talented people feel that the road ahead was uncertain. Over the long years, the blue sea turned into mulberry fields. As one genius after another turned to dust, the word immortal felt more and more distant. Just like the winter wind and the moonless night, it made people feel cold and dark, unable to see hope. In the long ancient history of the eastern barren lands, there had been some amazing figures who had the ability to go against the heavens and the earth. They had dominated a period of history, but in the end, they still turned to bones. In the distant past, there had been several geniuses who could almost pluck the stars and capture the moon. They had the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth, but in the end, they still could not escape death. The powerful demon clan emperor from 10,000 years ago wanted to compete with the blue sky and look down on the world. He was the only one, and wherever his soldiers went, everyone bowed their heads. How vast was the eastern barren lands? There were countless demon clans, but they were unified by the demon clan emperor. He wanted to establish the demon clan celestial court and achieve unparalleled greatness. However, under the pressure of time, his great ambition came to nothing. He turned into a ghost and finally returned to dust. Since ancient times, there had always been a legend in the eastern barren lands that there was an opportunity to become immortal in the Bronze Palace. For those who had reached the peak, there was naturally a fatal temptation. It was not surprising that existences like Nangongjang and the Peacock King had reappeared in the world. Chapter 149. The water cloud lake outside Taishan was a gathering of experts. Even existences like Nangongjang and the Peacock King were drawn out. The bronze celestial palace appeared under the lake. Countless cultivators rushed there. It was like a magic lamp in the darkness, attracting people like moths to a flame. It had incomparable magic. The important figures wanted to see the opportunity to become an immortal, and the ordinary cultivators wanted to see the true appearance of the celestial palace. The Wei nation was in a state of chaos. Yifan didn't plan on going back after leaving. In order to escape, he threw out the bronze celestial palace and stirred up a great storm. At this moment, he was in a bit of a dilemma. He wanted to cross the sky but couldn't. There was nothing he could do. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Is there really no way to find it? He frowned, feeling helpless. The appearance of the bronze celestial palace didn't just affect the southern region. Even the farthest northern region had important figures come. The impact was unimaginable. In the Eastern Barren Territory and the northern region, people from the Jiang family and other holy lands and clans all came. When this matter is over, the people from the northern region will definitely return. Can I borrow their power? Yi Fan began to wander around the area. He asked around to see which sects were close to the great forces of the northern region. At this time, Yi Fan was 30,000 miles away from Taixien. It was far enough. He wasn't worried and didn't continue to travel. He obtained some useful information from some cultivators. The Holy Lands of the northern region indeed controlled some small forces in the southern region. They used them as pawns to provide convenience for their disciples when they traveled. Just as Yi Fan was preparing, shocking news spread throughout the southern region. After the Peacock King appeared, he didn't go to the Bronze Celestial Palace first. Instead, he went to the Ji family, smashed the sign, and sent the door flying. This was definitely a major event. The clans that had existed since the Antiquity Age had always stood strong. Their foundation was unimaginably deep. Throughout the endless years, few people dared to provoke them. Shattering the plaque of a clan of the ancients and sending the door flying was an extremely severe consequence. It was an unimaginable event. That day, the news spread throughout the southern region and caused a great uproar. The Eastern Barren Territory and the southern region were already a gathering place. The appearance of the Celestial Palace had gathered cultivators from all over. Such a disturbance made the region even more restless. Who was the Peacock King? He was an almighty member of the demon clan. 800 years ago, he had swept through the southern domain unhindered. He had been silent for many years, and everyone thought that he had passed away in meditation. He didn't want to show himself again. Everyone was shocked that he attacked the Huanggu family. What did he want to do? This kind of figure that stood at the absolute peak possessed unimaginable influence. Every word and action of theirs would be noticed by others, and they would be thought to be conveying a type of signal. A slight change in one part would cause the whole body to move. Demon race wanted to start a war with the humans. Different people interpreted different meanings, and the southern region immediately tensed up. The Ji family, which had been passed down since the desolate Antiquity era, was one of the most powerful forces of the human race. Such a colossus was enough to destroy countless countries. What was the Peacock King trying to do? Dragon Peacock King, Demon King would do. What? But very soon, there was news from the spirit communication scholars that everything was caused by the descendant of the demon the Arch. The Peacock King was standing up for Yen Ryu. A few months ago, the Ji clan besieged the demons in Wei country in an attempt to obtain the demon monarch's sacred weapon. Many great demons died while Yen Ryu broke out of the encirclement. Although she was a descendant of the demon emperor, tens of thousands of years had passed. No matter how glorious the past was, it could not last forever. Yen Ryu left home to seek protection from powerful demons. However, not many welcomed her. Some even tried to take the demon emperor's sacred weapon for themselves. As a descendant of the demon emperor, she was in such a situation. The coldness of the world was evident. When Yen Ryu sought refuge with the Peacock King, he was in seclusion. After receiving the news, he ended his seclusion for 800 years and came out to seek justice for her. Smashing the Ji clan sign and sending the door flying was a serious matter. It might not happen even once in thousands of years. The Peacock King didn't charge into the Ji clan because such a monster was unfathomable. Even a great cultivator of the demon race would not be able to escape unscathed. The Ji clan was enraged. On that very day, they issued a kill order and sent out all the famous experts to kill the Peacock King. Even though the Peacock King was famous for sweeping through the southern territory 800 years ago, the Ji clan could not swallow this anger. Everyone knew that the sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients were immeasurable. Even when they were at their weakest, there would always be peerless masters appearing at the most critical moment to resolve the crisis. Not to mention the G clan at its peak. They were unfathomable and would certainly hunt down the Peacock King. This is a huge matter. The Peacock King wants to establish his might. In a direct confrontation, the G clan will not be able to resist. However, the Peacock King will not wait to be beaten. I'm afraid this will end without a conclusion. The Peacock King is an existence known as a great cultivator. It's hard to say who will suffer. However, the G clan does have the upper hand. After all, they are too big. Everyone was discussing with different viewpoints. Yi Fan was shocked. The power of the Peacock King could be imagined, but the transcendence of the G clan could not be estimated. He could guess a thing or two from the words of many cultivators. Only one day later, news that shook the Southern Territory came. The Peacock King suddenly appeared in the Wei Kingdom and smashed a supreme elder of the Ji clan who was a guest in Taishan. This was simply a huge earthquake. When the news came out, everyone gasped. The Peacock King was obviously preparing for a big battle. It was not as simple as smashing the plaque and humiliating the Ji clan. What kind of existence was the supreme elder of the Ji clan? He was definitely a real big shot. With a stomp of his foot, he would shake a region. Very few of them were killed because the impact was too great. The Peacock King had actually killed the supreme elder of the Ji family in front of so many people. This was an unimaginable event that had stirred up a violent storm. The Peacock King is too powerful. He smashed the supreme elder of the Ji clan into pieces, the cultivation of the supreme elder of a great power that has been passed down since the antiquity era is difficult to estimate. But the Peacock King still killed him. This really makes people tremble. All the cultivators were shocked. When they discussed this matter, they all felt waves of coldness. It is not surprising that the Peacock King has such combat ability. You have to know that 800 years ago, he dominated the Southern Territory and few could match him. That's right. You have to know that he is an existence known as a great being. What is a great being? His magical power is monstrous and invincible. That is a great being. The Peacock King's attack shook the Eastern Barren Territory and the Southern Territory. His deeds appeared one after another and were dug up by people. The series of battle achievements made people dumbfounded. Ever since the Peacock King made his debut, he had never been defeated in the Southern Territory. That was why he was known as a great being of the demon race. It could be said that 800 years ago, his glorious battle achievements were innumerable. Many of them were shocking and shocking. Ordinary cultivators only had a lifespan of over 100 years. 800 years was too long for many people. Perhaps it was just a number or a symbol. But if one really thought about it, it was a very long history. When Yi Fan heard about 800 years, he thought of the other side of the galaxy. If it was 800 years ago and it was still the Song dynasty, it could be said that it was a very long time. Thinking about the past, people realized that the Peacock King was indeed powerful. It was not the first time he had killed a great elder of a super force. 800 years ago, he had killed two famous figures from the Yaoguang Holy Land. That year, he had caused a huge uproar. The Yaoguang Holy Land had chased him for 50 years, but they had not been able to kill him. In that era, he had experienced countless battles and could be said to have intimidated the Eastern Barren Territory and the Southern Territory. Among them, the most influential battle was the one with the Yaoguang Holy Lord. That battle was earth-shattering and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. The Peacock King and the Yaoguang Holy Lord fought fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, there was no winner. Even though it was a draw, it was enough to look down on the world. After all, the Holy Land Lord was the most respected person in the Eastern Barren Territory. Just like that, he ran far away. It was that battle that made him truly famous and respected as a powerful being. The great elder was killed, and the Ji family was furious. The important figures of the Ji family wanted to go to the Bronze Divine Palace, but they immediately changed their plans and chased after the Peacock King. The leader of the Ji family even came out of seclusion to kill the powerful beings of the demon race. The Peacock King might be able to fight against the top existences of the Ji family, but he could not fight against such a huge force. He could only retreat after one attack. Was he going to stop just like that? Maybe he was going to go silent again. This was what everyone was thinking. However, very soon, news came that the Peacock King attacked again and killed the famous figures of the Ji family. They were the ones who protected Ji Haoyue. He actually wanted to kill the Ji family's divine body. This was more serious than anything else. Everyone knew what the divine body meant. It was the future guardian of the Ji family. It could be their prosperity for thousands of years. It was practically their lifeblood. Even though the various forces knew the threat of the divine body, they did not dare to kill it. Doing so would make the Ji family go crazy and they would not rest until they were dead. However, the Peacock King was so fierce. He wanted to kill the Ji family's hope and the future Eastern Wasteland Divine King. It could be said that he had completely touched the Ji family's reverse scale. But at the same time, the Ji family was very uneasy. They sent out many strong cultivators to search everywhere. The southern region of the Eastern Wasteland was in an uproar. All kinds of rumors spread. Ji Haoyue is indeed amazing. As expected of the Eastern Wasteland Divine Body, the future Divine King. He was not killed immediately and escaped with a secret technique. The latest news is that the last person protecting Ji Haoyue has been killed. He escaped alone, and the Peacock King chased after him. It seems that he is determined to destroy the Ji family's hope. Although the Ji family was powerful and could intimidate the Eastern Wasteland, they could not control every inch of the land. They could not find Ji Haoyue in a short time and could not contact him. They could only follow the corpses of the famous figures. It's over. The southern region is going to be turned upside down. If anything happens to the divine body, the Ji family will turn this land upside down. He even dares to provoke the Ji family. The Peacock King is really unfathomable. The Peacock King was comparable to an ancient cultivator. No one knew how long he had lived and how powerful he was. Some people guessed that his lifespan was coming to an end, so he was fearless. Yi Fan felt that this had nothing to do with him, so he did not pay much attention to it. This was a small mountain village. Chickens and dogs barked at each other. The vegetable garden was green and the fish pond was scattered everywhere. When he arrived, he suddenly heard an extremely weak voice, "Little kid." Chapter 150. Yi Fan was shocked. He actually saw Ji Haoyue. Although she was smiling sweetly, her face was pale and there were traces of blood on her red lips. She stood by the pond, trembling slightly. "Why are you here?" She was the same as before. Although she was seriously injured, she could still smile. The corners of her mouth were curved and dimples could be seen. "Were you also chased by the Peacock King?" Yi Fan walked forward quickly. "I've really met you." She was smiling faintly, but a trickle of blood suddenly flowed out of her mouth. Her face was even paler than before, and her originally spirited eyes were now lifeless. She swayed a bit, and then suddenly fell into the pond. The severity of Ji Haoyue's injuries alarmed Yi Fan. Her pulse was extremely weak and her heartbeat was about to stop. Her internal organs were all cracked. She was really lucky to be able to survive. Yi Fan circulated his divine power and dried her wet clothes. Then, he disappeared from the village in a few steps and arrived at a cliff. He took out the pristine jade bottle and poured some divine spring water into her mouth. Immediately, it turned into a wave of life essence and rushed into her body. The divine spring water obtained from the 9 sacred mountains had incredible spiritual effects. It could almost regrow flesh and bones from the dead. It was extremely extraordinary. He could sense that Jizu's injuries had instantly stabilized. At this moment, her eyes were closed and her body was trembling. She was murmuring softly in her sleep. Yifan listened carefully but could not distinguish it. "Don't kill my brother," she screamed in her coma. An hour later, Jizu's long eyelashes trembled slightly and she slowly opened her eyes. She wanted to sit up but she did not succeed. "Your injuries are very serious. Although they have stabilized, you shouldn't act rashly." Yifan helped her up and let her sit on the cliff with her back against the soft vines. How terrifying! Jizu seemed to have a lingering fear. "Are you talking about the Peacock King?" Yifan naturally thought of that demonic mighty figure. "It's him." Jizu nodded and said, "Little brat, why did you run away without saying a word? I chased you for 3,000 miles and returned empty-handed. If you don't leave now, your brother will dismember me and study me carefully." Jizu chuckled, "It's not as bad as you say. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, it's safe for you to go to our Ji clan. No one will make things difficult for you." Yifan's heart stirred when he heard that. He felt that Jizu was extraordinary and the Ji family valued her greatly. The Peacock King is truly too powerful. Jizu revealed a worried expression and said, "I wonder if my brother Haoyue can escape this calamity." "The Peacock King also attacked you. How did you escape?" It felt very difficult. The Peacock King's strength was unimaginable. The legendary figures protecting the Ji siblings were simply unable to resist. In front of the Peacock King, they were like scarecrows, unable to withstand a single blow. He's really too terrifying, his magic power is monstrous. Even now, Jizu still felt fear in her heart. They wanted to open the realm gate and cross the void, but the Peacock King pointed out with a finger, shattering the void and shaking everyone out. Some people died on the spot. If Jizu did not have a secret treasure, she would not have survived. At the crucial moment, the experts sent by the Ji family found them. Otherwise, none of them would have survived. Even so, no one could stop the Peacock King. He was invincible and no one could stop him. With a loud roar, many people were crushed on the spot, turning into a bloody mist. It could be said that his divine might shook the world. This is too unbelievable. Yifan was deeply shocked. This kind of powerful person was truly terrifying. His strength was unfathomable. An existence comparable to an ancient almighty. It's hard to say how powerful his magic power is. That group of experts only delayed for a moment before they were beaten into pieces. However, they bought time for Jizu and Ji Haoyue to escape. Hearing this, Yifan was even more certain that Jizu's status was not ordinary. Even at that moment, the Ji family experts risked their lives to create a chance for her to escape, not willing to give up. The Peacock King became one with heaven and earth. His roar shook the mountains and rivers. His voice was like a raging wave hitting the shore. A mountain peak was shattered by his voice. Yifan felt his heart palpitate. This kind of power was beyond imagination. My brother's divine body was born with a strange power, but he was completely suppressed. In front of him, he was even inferior to a mortal. An existence comparable to an ancient almighty being. Its supreme might was inconceivable. Yifan had personally seen how strong Ji Haoyue was. Killing a great demon was like plucking grass and flowers. He was invincible. However, such strength was insignificant in front of the Peacock King. One with heaven and man, controlling everything. He can almost pluck the stars and moon. Even now, Jizu was still a little nervous. She clenched her fists tightly. How did you escape? Yi Fan asked. My brother and I ran separately. He went to chase after my brother. Ji Ziyue was worried. There was no way she could fight against a mighty figure like that. Even though Ji Haoyue had a divine body and cultivated 3 mystic realms, there was no suspense if they really fought. There's no bad news yet. I believe your brother won't die so easily. At this point, Yi Fan revealed a suspicious expression. Why didn't you return to the Ji family? Why did you come here instead? The Peacock King ignored me but someone else chased me. Along the way, Ji Ziyue was constantly chased and she was heavily injured. In a hurry, she crossed the void through the domain gate of a small sect and arrived here. She didn't know how to inscribe Dao patterns and couldn't determine her destination. What a coincidence. Yi Fan muttered to himself. It's not a coincidence. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes at him. I left an imprint on you. After appearing in this region, I slowly found my way here. What? You actually did something to me. I have no ill intentions. Why are you nervous? When I saw your abnormal behavior that day, I knew that you were going to leave. Therefore, I made preparations and left an imprint. In the end, you ran too fast and I couldn't catch up. The distance was too far and I couldn't sense you. Yi Fan carefully looked inside but didn't find anything strange. He said, what did you do? Take your time to find. Ji Ziyue chuckled but soon revealed a worried expression. Brother Haoyue, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to escape this calamity. Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes widened. Not far away, a door appeared in the sky, and several cultivators charged out. Ah, it's the people chasing me. Ji Ziyue cried out softly. They opened the domain gate and crossed the void to follow me. Chi! A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down. Those people were very decisive. When they found their target, they immediately used their divine abilities and attacked downwards. Yi Fan helped Ji Ziyue up and dodged to the side. The silver lightning pierced through the cliff, causing rocks to shoot in all directions. Boom! In the sky, an ancient pagoda rapidly enlarged and pressed down. Yi Fan's expression changed on the spot. Those who used pagodas, bells, and cauldrons were usually not ordinary people. Most of them were extremely powerful. In the sky, the pagoda only had 5 floors, but it was as heavy as a mountain, suffocating people and emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Yi Fan pulled Ji Ziyue up and quickly left the cliff, rushing into the distance. These people were too powerful. If they fought them head-on, they would definitely suffer. The footwork that crazy old taught Yi Fan was a supreme secret art. It had incredible power and was extremely fast. In a short time, they were already 5 kilometers away. He didn't stop and continued to flee. Only when he was 50 kilometers away did he let out a long breath. Those people are not ordinary, they are all very powerful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fled. Ji Ziyue's little canine teeth shone brightly as she grinded them gently. They don't look like demons. Yi Fan revealed a doubtful expression. Ji Ziyue bit her red lips and said, someone wants to use this opportunity to get rid of me and brother Haoyue. Could it be that Ji Bue again? No, it's much more troublesome than her. There must be someone who doesn't want our family to have a divine body. Even if brother Haoyue can escape from the Peacock King's hands, it's still very dangerous. I'm afraid there will be human experts secretly taking action and taking this opportunity to kill him. Although Ji Ziyue wasn't old, she had a lot of foresight. She had predicted that something bad might happen. They should be watching Ji Haoyue. Why do they want to harm you? Do you also have a divine body? How can I have a divine body? Ji Ziyue didn't say much. She thought for a moment and then glanced at Yifan. She teased, "Little brat, you really have a lot of secrets. What is that green copper? Why can your body block divine body attacks? How did you learn crazy old man's footwork? Why are you in such a hurry to escape Taishian?" This little girl was very quick-witted and weird. She obviously wanted to change the topic and explore Yifan's secrets. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the sky, tearing out dozens of powerful lightning bolts like dancing golden snakes. "It's a lightning bird." Gzuf frowned and suddenly shouted, "Not good, it's a phoenix crown lightning bird, a very powerful mutated bird. Let's avoid it and not enter its territory." The lightning bird in the distance was completely golden as if it was cast from gold. Lightning blazed and its head bulged slightly like a phoenix crown. It looked very extraordinary. This was a powerful mutated bird that ordinary lightning birds couldn't compare to. It had extremely terrifying attack power and most cultivators would retreat when they saw it. Luckily, they didn't discover us. Gzuf secretly rejoiced. There's most likely a phoenix crown lightning bird's nest up ahead. Maybe we can use it to block the people chasing you. Yes, that makes sense. Gzuf's big eyes immediately curved into crescents. The two of them continued forward and indeed found a bird's nest in the depths of the mountain range. It was built on a towering ancient tree. The 4 golden eggs were the size of a human head and were surrounded by golden lightning bolts. This kind of mutated bird is very rare. It can constantly evolve and is the rarest. "I really want to take one of the eggs and hatch it to raise as a pet," Gzuf said with some regret. She didn't dare to do that. She and Yifan left enough traces in the mountains before rushing into the sky. Not long after, the few powerful cultivators found the depths of the mountain range and found many clues. They searched the area carefully and felt that Gzuf was hiding nearby. After a long time, the few of them found a towering ancient tree. "Bird's nest." "Oh no!" One of them exclaimed, "This seems to be the nest of a phoenix crown lightning bird. This kind of mutated bird must not be provoked. If it misunderstands that we want to take its eggs, it will definitely fight to the death." There were 4 eggs in the huge bird's nest. The eggshells seemed to be made of gold, dazzling and dazzling. "Let's go." This kind of powerful mutated bird is the most vengeful. If we are trapped here, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, they wandered around here for a long time. The phoenix crown lightning bird that went out had already returned. It let out a soul-stirring cry, leaving a long golden afterimage in the sky as it swooped down. Yifan and Gzuf looked into the distance and saw lightning soaring into the sky in the depths of the mountain range. They didn't stop and quickly left. The next day, Yifan saw a 16 or 17-year-old youth in a beautiful mountain range. His figure was a bit thin, and he seemed a bit weak. His appearance was delicate and pretty, and his eyes were clear like a lake. His black hair was very soft, and each strand was light and agile. This youth was like a clear spring in the depths of the mountain, giving people a refreshing feeling. It was very natural. To see such a youth in this desolate mountain range, Yifan was naturally a little surprised. He asked with a smile, "Little brother, can you tell me where this place is?" The youth stood quietly in front, his soft black hair fluttering gently. His eyes were incomparably clear as he replied, "Chisha Mountain Range, within the borders of Jin." "Little brother, your appearance is elegant and natural. I believe you must be a cultivator?" Yifan asked with a smile. "Yes." The youth nodded. Behind him, Gzuf's face was snow-white and her voice was trembling as she said, "Little brat, come back." Yifan turned around and saw that her face was filled with terror. Her large eyes were filled with fear. He immediately felt that something was wrong and retreated lightly. "What's wrong? Who is he?" "He is the Peacock King." Gzu's voice was trembling. Her usual cheerfulness was swept away and only fear was left. What? Yi Fan was shocked. This youth in front of him was the Peacock King. This was too abrupt and shocking. Peacock King, you are a mighty figure. You stand at the peak and look down on the world. Don't kill the innocent. Let him go, it has nothing to do with him. Gzu stepped forward and requested to let Yi Fan go. The Peacock King of the demon race was a mighty figure in the southern region. He was invincible 800 years ago and even the Alcade Holy Lord could not do anything to him. Few people knew how long he had lived. According to the outside world's guesses, he was more than 2,000 years old after transforming into a human. If compared to the other side of the starry sky, he would be a person from the Qin and Han dynasties. However, this youth in front of him looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. His eyes were as clear as water and there was no sense of vicissitudes. It was really hard to associate him with the Peacock King. Gzu had once described his supreme might. He was one with heaven and earth and his roar shook the mountains and rivers. His voice was like the crashing waves, shattering a mountain peak. In Yi Fan's mind, the Peacock King must be as imposing as a mountain and his aura was incomparably domineering. However, he never imagined that he would be so handsome, like a clear spring deep in the mountains, like a snow lotus on an icy peak, like a cool breeze on a pure land. Thinking of how he addressed the Peacock King as brother and even wanted to pat his shoulder, Yi Fan felt his scalp go numb. This was an existence with monstrous magic power, comparable to an ancient mighty figure. Chapter 151. Such a beautiful young man who looked weak was the famous Peacock King of the southern region. It was really shocking. Facing such a powerful being, Yi Fan had no intention of fighting to the death. The other could shatter the void with a finger. If he wanted to kill him and Gzu, it would be a piece of cake. I came for you. The Peacock King's eyes were as clear as water. He looked at Yi Fan quietly like a young man who knew nothing about the world. Behind him, Gzu's eyes were wide open. She asked in shock, "Didn't you come to kill me?" The Peacock King did not reply. He was very quiet like a jade tree piled up with snow. He gave off a refreshing feeling and did not seem like a powerful being. Why did you come for me? Yi Fan vaguely guessed. The demon monarch's sacred heart. The Peacock King only said these 4 words. It was as Yi Fan had expected. This made him feel awkward. That day when he extracted the sacred blood, the ruby-like heart suddenly unsealed itself and regained its vitality. It throbbed and broke through the sky. What happened? It flew away by itself. Yi Fan braced himself and answered. This explanation was a little forced. However, the Peacock King nodded his head. You believe it? I believe it because I saw it fly back to the demon monarch's descendant. Yi Fan was surprised. That old heart was indeed intelligent. It actually returned to Yen Ryu's hands. He could not help but ask, since it has already flown back, why are you still looking for me? I want to know, why did it fly away? The Peacock King laughed and looked straight at Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation. It was as if he wanted to see through the mist and see everything clearly. Even though Yi Fan knew that he could not stop such a powerful being, he did not want to be seen through so easily. At that moment, the sea of reincarnation was silent without any ripples. The Peacock King had a smile on his face as he walked over slowly. There was no terrifying aura and he looked very calm. However, it caused great psychological pressure. Gzu said with a trembling voice, "You are a legendary expert, you can't bully us like this. You should find trouble with Alcade Holy Lord. You fought him to a draw in the past, after all, you didn't defeat him. How about I go find trouble with your G family's leader?" The Peacock King revealed a faint smile, which was somewhat inconsistent with his 16 or 17-year-old appearance. It gave people a very strange feeling. Who taught you the footwork you just used? The Peacock King's smile vanished, and for the first time, he revealed a serious expression. It was passed down by the mad old man, Yi Fan answered truthfully. It really is him. He actually passed it on to you. Two beams of light shot out from the Peacock King's eyes. They were extremely sharp and oppressive. Only at this moment did people realize how terrifying he was. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Senior should have seen the crazy old man before. He is currently in the Supreme Profound sect. Yi Fan had absolute confidence in Crazy Old. He had lived for 6,000 years and was still unscathed. Even if the Peacock King was an almighty, he was probably no match for him. Unfortunately, I was unable to see him. He disappeared a few days ago. The Peacock King seemed to be somewhat regretful. Crazy Old was covered in a cocoon and fell into a deep sleep. He suddenly disappeared. Could it be that he broke out of the cocoon? Where did he go? Yi Fan really wanted to know. I am very interested in your physique. I really want to study it. At this point, the Peacock King paused for a moment and said, however, since that crazy old man passed down the technique to you, I will not make things difficult for you. At the side, Ji Ziyue's eyes flickered. What kind of person was Crazy Old? 6,000 years ago, it was already difficult to meet a worthy opponent. She was very surprised that Yi Fan actually had some relationship with him. However, since we have met, it would be a pity if we missed this chance. The Peacock King waved his hand, and the sky immediately darkened. Originally, the sun was in the sky, and it was bright. With a flip of his hand, he made night fall. Such a method made people's hearts tremble. In the pitch-black night sky, stars filled the sky. They were like diamonds embedded in the night sky, shining unceasingly. It can't be considered making things difficult for you. Whether or not you can pass through this curtain of night, I will let you go. I just want to see how strong your physique is. This is the Sea of Reincarnation phenomenon. Stars illuminating the clear sky. Ji Ziyue was very shocked. The Peacock King waved his hand casually. This was a legendary phenomenon. It was extremely powerful and he didn't need to use it through the Sea of Reincarnation. There are only a few dim stars. I said I won't make things difficult for you. This is not a complete phenomenon. The Peacock King's tone was indifferent, and there was a hint of a smile on his face. At this moment, Yi Fan seemed to be under the starry sky. The stars were shining brightly, and then they enlarged and actually pressed down on him. Rumble. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Every star was enlarging rapidly, and they were as heavy as mountains. They were dazzling and bright, and the entire sky was illuminated. They were no longer like stars, but more like scorching suns. Yi Fan was overwhelmed with shock. What kind of phenomenon was this? Every star was so terrifying. It was as if they could completely destroy the earth and possessed an incomparably majestic pressure. His mind was shaken, and his body was emitting crackling sounds. All the joints in his body were trembling as he endured the great pressure. These stars were separated by an infinite distance and had yet to truly press down, yet they were already so terrifying. It was truly unimaginable how powerful they were. When people discuss phenomena, they would always mention how powerful the phenomena created by the ancient powerhouses were. The Peacock King before me is a powerhouse in name and in reality. His phenomenon is indeed terrifying. Yi Fan was deeply shaken. The other party was obviously suppressing the power limitlessly. He clearly said that it was only a few dim stars, and he didn't even display the so-called clear sky, yet it was already so terrifying. Just how terrifying was the true stars illuminating the clear sky phenomenon? The stars in the sky trembled as Yi Fan walked on the ground with difficulty. His body rumbled like a tsunami, as if he was unwilling to be suppressed. Thunder and lightning interweaved, as if he had arrived at the beginning of the world. His sea of reincarnation flowed with a strange power. Yi Fan's heart throbbed. He finally understood that the sacred body of the ancients was extremely resistant to phenomena, and it would react when it was oppressed. Whether it was the previous rising moon from the sea or the current stars illuminating the clear sky, both made his body react and vibrate with an inexplicable force. Yi Fan moved forward under the starry sky. He walked forward step by step, leaving a series of deep footprints on the ground. The stars had yet to sink. Their brilliance flowed above them like the source of all things, or like the nebula of the universe. They surged towards Yi Fan. Crack! Yi Fan felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. His head was facing the clear sky, and the ground beneath his feet was cracking. The bones in his body kept trembling like a sonorous symphony. Boom! With a violent tremor, Yi Fan found light in front of him as he walked out of the night. Looking back, the starry sky had disappeared. Only large cracks appeared on the ground, all of which were spread out from the footprints. Not bad. This physique lives up to its name. The Peacock King nodded. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he smiled approvingly. He has passed the test. You can let him go. As for me, kill me if you want. I'm not afraid. Ji Ziyue raised her head and stood tall. She had calmed down and no longer had any fear. Little girl, you do have some backbone. The Peacock King put his hands behind his back, and no expression could be seen on his delicate face. He said, "It would be a pity to kill you. It's rare for a physique like yours to appear. Killing you now is equivalent to exterminating you. Will you let me go if that's the case?" Ji Ziyue's big eyes flashed with a frightening light. She said, "The Peacock King is indeed broad-minded. As expected of a legendary senior. Ziyue expresses her gratitude here. Little girl, you really know how to take advantage of the situation. When did I say I would let you go?" The Peacock King revealed a faint smile. "You said it yourself that it would be a pity to kill me." Ji Ziyue muttered, but she didn't dare to grind her teeth. "Senior, it's not her fault. If you want to kill the Ji clan's supreme elder. What does a little girl like her know? There's no need to drag her into this." Yi Fan pleaded from the side. "Do you think you're big?" The Peacock King looked back at him, then looked at Ji Ziyue and said, "I will let you live. But you have to leave with me. Don't return to the Ji clan. You can compliment the great emperor's descendant." Ji Ziyue was frightened. She had never thought of leaving with a monster. She said pitifully, "No, I've never killed anyone, nor have I done anything bad. I haven't even stepped on an ant. Your Ji clan is too much. You killed my clansmen and chased after the great emperor's descendant. I have to teach them a lesson. If I take you away, I think they will definitely regret what they did. How is my brother Haoyue? You didn't kill him, right?" Ji Ziyue asked nervously. "His divine body is indeed extraordinary, but he can't escape. Don't kill brother Haoyue. He has a divine body. It would be a pity to kill him." Ji Ziyue begged. "So what if he has a divine body? I heard that the old crazy man personally killed the Eastern Wasteland godly king who had cultivated to great success. My lifespan can't wait until then. I can only kill a divine body that hasn't fully grown to fulfill my wish." The Peacock King said indifferently. At the side, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were incomparably shocked. The old crazy man was too heaven-defying. Even the Eastern Wasteland godly king who had cultivated to great success was killed by him. This was really shocking. "What happened to my brother?" Ji Ziyue was very uneasy. My eldest disciple has already gone to capture him. I will wait for your Ji clan leader to save me. The Peacock King's tone was calm, but it shocked everyone. As expected from a monster race expert, he had such boldness. 800 years ago, he fought with the Alcade Saint Lord, and now he was going to fight the Ji clan Saint Lord head-on. Just at that moment, the Peacock King looked towards the sky and said, "Nangongjing, since you are here, why don't you show yourself?" Flower petals danced in the sky, sparkling and translucent. A path made of fresh flowers rushed down from the sky, giving off a refreshing fragrance. The flower path blossomed and quickly arrived in front of them. There was a green-robed man standing on it. His eyes were like stars and his hair was as white as snow. He stood proudly and looked really handsome. The legendary human race expert, Nangongjing, cultivated the longevity technique. He lived in plants and ate fresh flowers to satisfy his hunger. He never left plants by his side. 800 years have passed and the Peacock King is still as elegant as ever. Back then, you fought against the heroes of the southern region and fought against the Alcade Saint Lord. Those shocking scenes are still in front of me. Nangongjing looked like he was in his 20s. He was tall and had a handsome appearance. His hair was as white as snow and he had a very special aura. What are you talking about? Nangongjing, do you want to interfere? The Peacock King stood with his hands behind his back. Peacock King, you are such a transcendent existence. Why don't you put it down and join hands with me to enter the Bronze Immortal Palace? There is no justice in this world. Ji Ziyue muttered softly, the Peacock King's magic power is monstrous and his roar shakes the mountains and rivers. Nangongjing treats plants as his friends and flowers as his companions, but he is so heroic. We should really capture them and make them sweep the floor, plant flowers, wash vegetables and cook. What kind of thoughts are in your head? Yi Fan stood beside her and couldn't help but knock her when he heard that. Chapter 152. Peacock King's eyes were clear like water, his hair soft, every strand light and agile. He was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, handsome and elegant. Joining hands to enter the Bronze Immortal Palace. Are we going to throw our lives away? I haven't lived long enough. Nangongjing's silver hair danced in the wind. He was tall and imposing as he stood in midair, enveloped by the rain of flowers. The plants around him were verdant and glistening, full of vitality. He said, "Don't tell me you don't want to catch a glimpse of the opportunity to become an immortal. You've been in seclusion for 800 years. Don't tell me you didn't come out this time for it." The Peacock King sneered, "Since ancient times, the Copper Palace has taken the lives of many peerless experts. I have never heard of anyone becoming an immortal through it. Rather than calling it an immortal palace, it's more like a tomb, a graveyard for the Eastern Baron experts. If you want to become an immortal, you naturally have a slim chance of surviving. Otherwise, why would the ancient sages sigh?" Nangongjing said solemnly, "You and I will work together and enter the Bronze Immortal Palace. We will fight for a moment of life and death and fight for a lifetime of immortality. It is better than dying alone." The Peacock King stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "I roamed the world and pointed my sword at the Saint Master. I lived a happy life, so how could I be lonely? It doesn't matter even if I die. You have the spirit of a time when you were at the peak of your power, but you also have the sigh of the water flowing east. In the end, it's just a dream. Who will remember you after thousands of years? You're just a passing cloud and dust. If you don't become an immortal, you'll be nothing. What others think? What will happen 1,000 years from now? What does that have to do with me? I only know that what's in front of me is what's real. Seeking immortality is a lifetime of obsession, but in the end, it's all for naught. That's even more tragic." Nangongjing shook his head and said sternly, breaking away from the mortal body and living freely for eternity is our great wish. Why do you have to deceive yourself and others? The Peacock King let out a long laugh that shook the heavens. Let me ask you. Since the ancient times, has there ever been an immortal in the eastern barren land? Don't tell me that the whereabouts of the people recorded in the ancient books are too strange. Naturally, there are people who become immortals. Are the immortals that died in the ancient desolate tower not considered immortals? Nangong Zhang's hair was as white as snow. He looked very handsome as he stood in the air. Have you ever seen it with your own eyes? The Peacock King asked. No. The Peacock King replied, if one isn't an immortal, one can't be empty. All the same, I am a hero. I soar above the world, why would I deceive myself? Beside him, Yifan felt that the Peacock King was very carefree and did not care much about becoming an immortal. On the other hand, Nangong Zhang's every word was extraordinary. He was not an ordinary person, as expected of a great being of the human race. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes and muttered softly, there's really no justice in this world. He's already a legendary figure with 100 years as a fraction and 1,000 years as a whole number. He's still so young and even more handsome than my brother, Nangong Zhang. You've said so much, but it's all empty words. Are you trying to interfere and stop me from doing things? The Peacock King asked in a deep voice. The master of the Ji clan once told me that if I met you by chance, no matter which of the siblings I saved, he or she would be sent to me as a disciple to inherit my legacy. I am about to enter the Bronze Immortal Palace, but I still don't have an inheritor. That is why I want to fulfill a cherished wish. Around Nangong Zhang, flowers bloomed one after another, making him look otherworldly. Nangong Zhang, do you really want to make a move? You have to think carefully. The Peacock King's eyes turned sharp. A powerful aura surged up like a volcano, surging into the clouds. Peacock King, as an old friend, I advise you to stop and search for the opportunity to become an immortal with me. Otherwise, you might end up in a dark state. Nangong Zhang persuaded. How arrogant. Could it be that the Ji clan's holy leader is not far away and wants to suppress me with you? The divine light in the Peacock King's eyes was oppressive. He doesn't know you are here. Nangong Zhang paused for a moment and said, not only is the Ji clan's holy leader looking for you, the Alcade holy leader has also come out of seclusion. I expected it. Let's see what they can do to me. As a great being, if I don't stand up for them, I will be letting down the monster race. The Peacock King sneered, 800 years ago, I dominated the southern region. 800 years later, they still can't suppress me. A power that has been passed down from the primordial era has an unfathomable foundation. Someone might really jump out and suppress you personally, unless we dig up their ancestral graves and revive their deceased divine king. The Peacock King's eyes were as sharp as lightning. His temperament changed greatly. He said, if you want to stop me, then speak with your strength. A rich and fragrant flower fragrance continuously wafted over. The entire sky was filled with fluttering flower petals, dazzling and dazzling. Nangong Zhang's appearance was dignified, as if he was a transcendent deity holding a flower. A towering ancient tree grew behind him, towering into the sky. If that's the case, then sorry. We should have had a battle like this long ago. Although the Peacock King looked like a 16 or 17-year-old youth, he was like an unsheathed sword at this moment. His aura was oppressive, causing people's skin to hurt. His battle intent soared into the sky. Swoosh! The Peacock King suddenly opened his heaven eye. A ray of divine light shot out from his forehead and rushed into Ji Ziyue's body. Ayaya, Peacock King, what are you doing? Ji Ziyue screamed. It's fine. He just left an imprint so that he can find you in the future. Now, leave quickly. Nangong Zhang transmitted his voice to the two of them. Let's go. Yi Fan pulled Ji Ziyue and rushed into the sky. The battle between the two almighties would definitely cause the heavens and earth to shatter. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue flew very far away, but they could still feel the surging waves behind them. It was like a surging ocean, causing them to be deeply shocked. Looking back, Ji Ziyue opened her mouth in shock and said, "Heavens, there are so many suns there." In the distant sky, there were many blazing suns hanging in the sky. They were extremely glaring. It was impossible to determine which was the real sun and which was created by the Almighties. There's another layer of blue sky. Right there, the sky was divided into two layers, similarly blue as if it was washed. This is stars illuminating the blue sky. The phenomenon of the Almighties, stars illuminating the blue sky, was actually like this. Every star was as blazing as the sun. It was truly shocking. Under the blue sky, the stars were as large as mountains. They were dazzling and the stars shook the sky. Suddenly, a huge ancient tree rose from the ground and towered into the sky, as if it was going to split the sky. It was unknown how huge the tree crown was, but it covered the sky and covered the earth. That's the legendary creation tree. Nangongxing actually manifested it. Ji Ziyue was very shocked. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. The creation tree, whether it was on the other side of the starry sky or in this world, had endless legends. According to the ancient records, it was a kind of sacred tree worshipped by the ancient people. It was located at the center of the world and was the bridge that connected heaven, earth, and man. Manifesting such a phenomenon and using it to split the sky was naturally possible. Beside the ancient tree, there were many divine herbs and strange trees. They were all trembling, green and glistening. They manifested endless vitality like a painting of rivers and mountains. This was an unknown phenomenon. As a human almighty, Nangongxing truly lived up to his reputation. It was shocking. Buzz! Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue felt a wave of dizziness. They were actually sent flying by a terrifying roar. The sky in the distance was hazy, and a different phenomenon appeared. Moreover, the two almighties rushed together and displayed their supreme secret arts. The real battle had begun. There are other phenomena. Ji Ziyue's eyes lit up. She wanted to continue watching, but she knew that escaping was the most important thing now. A battle between almighties was an incomparable battle. It was extremely rare to see. Yi Fan felt very regretful. He used a mysterious movement technique and did not look back. He pulled her and rushed down with all his might, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. They did not stop for even a moment. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they were hundreds of miles away. However, they still did not stop. They chose a direction and continued to escape. I really want to see the supreme divine might of the Peacock King's roar that moves rivers and mountains and plucks the stars and moon. Yi Fan muttered to himself. From Ji Ziyue's words, he could already feel the strength of this almighty. He really wanted to see that domineering style. Forget it. Ji Ziyue had a lingering fear in her heart. Even the legendary figures of the Ji clan were shattered by his roar. The might of the Peacock King still made her feel a chill when she thought about it. She said, "I would like to see how heroic that white-haired man is, how lucky." The Peacock King appeared in this area and we even escaped, a cold voice came from ahead. On the mountain peak, a man in hemp clothes rushed up, holding a 5-story silver pagoda in his hand, blocking their path. At the same time, figures rose into the sky from all directions and appeared in all directions, blocking the two's path. Hiss! Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue sucked in a breath of cold air. There were a total of 6 extraordinary cultivators surrounding them. They were the people who had crossed the realm gate to kill them not long ago. Although their faces were shrouded in mist and they could not see their true appearances, they should be middle-aged men from their voices. They were all very difficult to deal with. The Phoenix Crown Lightning Bird did not take your lives. You are really lucky. Gzu mocked. Apart from the man in hemp clothes who held the silver pagoda, the other 5 were dressed in rags and their skin was burnt. Obviously, they had suffered a great loss. Kill them. The man in hemp clothes waved his hand and did not say anything else. He was very decisive. He wanted to get rid of the 2 here. Powerful ripples came from all directions as those people took out their weapons and unleashed secret arts to attack the 2 of them. Gzu's injuries had not recovered and she was still very weak. It was difficult for her to fight. Yifan relied on his speed to dodge left and right, quickly descending to the ground. The people in front of him were definitely beyond the Nirvana realm. He could not fight them head-on, so he could only choose to escape. Don't even think about escaping. Next year, I will burn some paper money for you, the man in hemp clothes attacked personally. The silver pagoda in his hand quickly enlarged and became misty. The 5-story ancient pagoda was comparable to a small mountain. Its power was terrifying as it pressed down. Gzu whispered in Yifan's ear, quickly transfer the divine power to me. I have a secret treasure in my body that can break out. Yifan did not say anything and directly transferred the divine power into her body. Gzu immediately became extremely holy and released a strange colorful light, actually resisting the pressure of the 5-story ancient pagoda. Swoosh! The next moment, the 2 of them were like floating light, like leaping shadows, constantly flashing, avoiding all kinds of secret techniques and rushing out. They were like a thread of lightning swimming in a thunderstorm, passing through the dark clouds. After a few flashes, they were about to break out of the encirclement. Buzz! An ear-piercing sound was heard. The man in hemp clothes spread his 5 fingers, which were as big as a small mountain. In an instant, he reached out, distorting the void. Yifan's expression changed. This person was extremely terrifying. Gzu's expression also changed. This man in hemp clothes was extremely terrifying and it seemed difficult to get rid of. She was a little anxious and transmitted her voice, "Listen up, brat. I will teach you the complete chant of the Great Void technique. Hide in the void." Chapter 153. The hand was like a prison, locking down the space. This was a secret art. When the 5 fingers were opened, everything inside would be sealed. Dazzling light shone from Gzu's body once again. Her secret treasure was unfathomable, blocking the hand. The void trembled and the 5 fingers were unable to land. However, the other 5 surrounded them again, trapping them inside and suppressing them with all kinds of weapons. "Little brat, listen carefully." Gzu said telepathically, to the extreme of the void, "Keep quiet." The Great Void technique's incantation was not long. This was a supreme secret art, one of the essential arts recorded in the Void ancient scripture. Gzu's voice was very gentle, like a clear spring flowing into Yifan's heart. He listened attentively and studied it carefully, combining it with the previous incomplete incantation. The Void ancient scripture was an immortal book created by ancient sages who observed all things and captured the eternal and unchanging laws. Yifan was no stranger to its main idea. Reaching the extreme of the void and maintaining a deep tranquility was the foundation of the Void ancient scripture. He already knew a little about it. The Great Void technique was unfathomable and extremely profound. When cultivated to the extreme, one could travel through the void. Of course, the so-called traveling through the void had a limited distance. It could not truly travel infinitely through the void. Otherwise, what was the use of the domain gate? Even those who stood at the pinnacle and cultivated the Void ancient scripture could only travel a limited distance. However, in close combat, it was a trump card. When the Great Void technique was cultivated to the extreme, one would not be able to capture one's figure. Under normal circumstances, one would be able to take the initiative. Under such circumstances, Yi Fan had obtained the Great Void technique's incantation. It could be said to be a great harvest. Although he was talented, he was definitely not a genius who could look down on the past and present. It was impossible for him to comprehend it at a glance. After all, this was one of the most ancient scriptures in the Eastern wilderness. There were several ancient scriptures in the Eastern wilderness known as immortal books. They were naturally incomparably profound and unfathomable. Even if a powerful person cultivated them, they would not be able to master it immediately. There's no need to grasp it. You just need to turn into smoke and return to the void. I'll take control later and avoid their suppression. GZUS said telepathically. GZUS' secret treasure was indeed powerful, blocking all kinds of attacks. However, the hemp-clothed man was too terrifying. Every time he attacked, the space around him would become blurry, as if he had the ability to tear space apart. The situation was extremely bad. Yi Fan combined the incomplete Great Void method that he had cultivated before and displayed the secret method. His body suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke and blurred, as if he was really going to merge with the void. Pass me some divine power. Let's cast the Great Void technique together. GZUS said softly. In the blink of an eye, the fingers of the two joined together to display the Great Void technique. Like black clouds, they became more and more indistinct. I'm going to activate the secret treasure. With its power, we'll hide in the void. Don't get distracted. You must constantly use the secret of the Great Void technique. Otherwise, you might die a horrible death. GZUA warned. Buzz. Space trembled and the two of them disappeared into thin air. Yi Fan was shocked. GZU's secret treasure was too mysterious. It could actually push the Great Void technique to the limit and hide in the void. At this moment, he felt very strange. Around him was eternal darkness, boundless. Time seemed to have stopped. There was not a trace of sound. It was absolute emptiness and nothingness. Don't get distracted. You must use the secret of the Great Void technique. If something happens here, not even immortals can save you. Even without GZU's reminder, Yi Fan felt a terrible tearing sensation when he was slightly distracted. His body was about to break. He quickly calmed his mind and silently used the Great Void technique. After the two disappeared, except for the man in linen, the other five were all shocked. They escaped through the void. What do we do? The G family's Great Void technique is indeed mysterious. It's indeed a supreme secret technique. Only the man in linen said calmly, "It's fine. They haven't cultivated it yet. They're just relying on the treasure to temporarily hide in the void. If they don't come out, there's nothing we can do." The man in linen said coldly, "They won't last long. We just need to wait patiently. Now spread out and surround the four sides." The Great Void technique can only travel a limited distance. They can't escape. In reality, it was just as he expected. The void was very dangerous. No one could stay here forever. Charge out. Then we'll keep going. As long as we can escape the encirclement, use the supreme secret technique that crazy old man taught you and escape. The next moment, Yi Fan and GZUA appeared in the world of light. However, the four sides were still sealed. They were still surrounded. We're in big trouble. GZUA frowned and mumbled, "That man in linen understands the Great Void technique very well. He's definitely not an ordinary person." They hid in the void again. After doing this several times, they had used up a lot of divine power. "We can't go on like this. Otherwise, we'll become the beautiful GZUA in a jar," she muttered softly. If it was any other cultivator in this realm, they would have run out of divine power after using the Great Void technique like this. Only Yi Fan's physique was fine. His body was like a bottomless pit, but it could also gush out an endless source. Why don't you keep going through the void? The man in linen was cold. Even though he was mocking them, he gave off a stiff feeling. Since you're not going to escape, I'll send you to heaven. Boom! Between heaven and earth, a silver pagoda shook. It was simple and grand, and there was actually a bit of Xianhuang aura seeping out. It was obviously different from last time. At this moment, there was myriad source qi flowing. This. Ji Ziyue was shocked. This is a great treasure. Yi Fan's expression changed too. A person who could use Xianhuang to refine a weapon was definitely not an ordinary person. The silver ancient pagoda was like a huge mountain, pressing down. The sky was sealed and the ground was about to collapse. A huge devouring power circulated, trying to pull Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue into the pagoda. Ji Ziyue hurriedly transmitted her voice, "You have a large amount of myriad source qi in your body. Let it vibrate and disturb this refined silver pagoda. This might be our chance." Okay. Yi Fan agreed and silently activated the mantra recorded in the Tao scripture. He couldn't control the myriad source qi and couldn't mobilize it, but he could still make it vibrate in his body. He had given some to Ji Ziyue before, but a large amount of myriad source qi lingered around the green copper piece, growing endlessly as if it could regenerate. In the sea of reincarnation, the cauldron hadn't truly formed yet. The myriad source qi was hazy, swirling around the green copper piece. Boom! Yi Fan used all his strength and finally made the myriad source qi vibrate. The aura of creation circulated, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Dong! As expected, the silver pagoda in the sky shook, as if it had fallen into a swamp. It paused for a moment and froze there. Go! Ji Ziyue erupted with a dazzling light. She activated her secret treasure and charged out like a beam of light. She completely broke free of the hemp-clothed man's restraints and the silver pagoda's shackles. The other 5 people's weapons also paused. They couldn't stop them in time and could only let them break out. Chase, don't let them go. They have treasures that cultivators dream of. The hemp-clothed man not only had a terrifying cultivation, but he was also very knowledgeable. He deduced that it was the myriad source qi that affected the silver pagoda. Moreover, there was a lot of it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to cause such a terrifying outcome and cause his silver pagoda to temporarily lose control. Of course, he wouldn't think that it was the source of the myriad source qi. If he knew, he would definitely go crazy. Even so, he was extremely shocked. The myriad source qi was a legendary treasure and the 2 in front actually had a large amount of it. After breaking out of the encirclement, Yi Fan used his footwork and moved far away like a rainbow. Once Yi Fan was given a chance, he wouldn't be able to trap him again. The supreme secret technique passed down by Crazy Owl represented the pinnacle of speed. With a few flashes, the mountains and rivers moved backward continuously. After fleeing for 2 hours, they finally stopped and rested for a short while. Who wants to kill you? That hemp-clothed man with the silver pagoda obviously has a powerful background. Otherwise, how could he refine a weapon with Xianhuang? How would I know? Everyone is suspicious now. Even the Yaoguang's sacred ground might make a move. I can't trust any sect now. Ji Ziyue muttered softly. Her eyes darted around in thought. Yi Fan said solemnly, the hemp-clothed man isn't easy to deal with. It's hard to get rid of him completely. I'm guessing that they have a tracking technique. The one I'm most worried about is that hemp-clothed man. He's like a cold wooden man. I suspect that he's a puppet and someone left a mark on him. Ji Ziyue frowned and said, as for that silver pagoda, there's only a small amount of Xianhuang. It might have been temporarily created by someone. Doesn't that mean that there's an extraordinary person leading it? That's the worst-case scenario. If that's the case, when that person really appears, we won't have any chance at all. Even though Ji family was powerful and was the uncrowned king of this area, Ji Ziyue didn't dare to trust any of the surrounding sections. She could only rely on herself and escape towards Ji family. Little brat, are you thinking of abandoning me and running away by yourself? I will send you to a safe place and then leave. Go to my family. No one will make things difficult for you. I've even imparted the Great Void technique to you. If you sneak away, you'll know the consequences. She grinded her shiny canine teeth. After resting for a long time and recovering his energy, Yi Fan stood up and said, "Isn't your Ji family one of the strongest forces in Eastern Wilderness? Why haven't those legendary figures found you yet? The southern region is boundless. There are dozens of countries in this area alone. No matter how powerful our Ji family is, it's impossible to search every inch of land in each country. Moreover, no one knows where I escaped to." In the next 2 days, Yi Fan brought Ji Ziyue, who had yet to recover from her injuries, to move stealthily. They passed through several countries, hiding and moving in a roundabout manner. There were several times when people caught up to them and they narrowly escaped death. Clearly, there was a powerful force in the dark that wanted to kill Ji Ziyue. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many people to chase them all the way. They were constantly attacked along the way, but those people could always find them. "Kid, run away by yourself. Don't worry about me." Seeing that Yi Fan was also seriously injured, Ji Ziyue tried to persuade him. "You taught me the Great Void technique. If you just leave like this, I won't be able to rest easy. You've already saved my life with the mysterious spring water. We don't owe each other anything. Hurry up and leave." Ji Ziyue urged. "I suspect that someone from the family is colluding with the outside. Otherwise, old Su would have found me." On the third day, Yi Fan had already traveled thousands of miles with Ji Ziyue. Even though Yi Fan's physique was extremely strong, he couldn't hold on any longer. They were chased again. There's a powerful force leading them. The people chasing us have average cultivation levels. They won't feel it's too much of a pity if they're silenced afterwards, Ji Ziyue speculated. That's too sinister. That's nothing. Ji Ziyue curled her lips and didn't say much. At noon on the third day, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were chased again. They used the Great Void technique, Crazy Ole's footwork, and the secret treasures on them to escape with difficulty. Great Void technique. In the distance, a figure flashed and someone exclaimed. The people of Ji family finally appeared. Although they weren't famous, they were just a group of young people. But they shocked the pursuers, making them feel fear and quickly retreat. Who's the young man with Miss Ziyue? How can he know the Great Void technique? Even we can't learn this supreme secret technique. Let's not talk about it. Hurry up and save Miss Ziyue. These young people rushed over and protected the pale Ji Ziyue in the center. Greetings, Miss Ziyue. These people bowed together. Ji Ziyue finally smiled. She knew she was safe and didn't have to risk her life to escape. Who are you? Why do you know the Great Void technique? At the side, a few young people stared at Yi Fan with unfriendly expressions. This was the highest secret inheritance of Ji family. Even elite disciples like them didn't have the chance to learn it. Ji Ziyue's beautiful eyes turned and she revealed a look of displeasure. Don't be rude. He traveled thousands of miles to escort me back. If not for him, I would have died outside. These people didn't dare to say anything else. Didn't you see his blood staining his clothes? Hurry up and get the medicine. Ji Ziyue's eyes shone. At this moment, Yi Fan was indeed heavily injured. He escorted Gzue for thousands of miles and was constantly chased. His body was covered in blood and half of his body was dyed red. I'm fine. There's no need to get the medicine. I've already escorted you here. Farewell. Yifan turned to leave. Don't go. Gzue stopped him. At the side, the young people immediately stepped forward and blocked Yifan's path. Gzue revealed a look of anger. What are you doing? She glanced at those people and stepped forward. She said softly to Yifan, you're heavily injured. It's dangerous to leave like this. Those people are nearby. Follow me. Yifan was in a dilemma. He definitely couldn't go to Ji family, but it was indeed dangerous to leave alone. He could only nod his head and heal his injuries before leaving. Miss Ziyue, old ancestor Ji Hui is ahead. A young man reported. Okay, I'll go see her. Gzue and Yifan walked side by side. Just 10 miles away, there was a small city. A very powerful expert of Ji family, Ji Hui, was in charge. She brought many people to this place and booked an entire inn. After Ji Hui received the news, she personally came out to welcome them. She was a white-haired old woman with a sharp gaze. Seeing that Gzue was safe and sound, she revealed a smile. She dotingly pulled Gzue and looked at her left and right. Good, good, good. It's good that you're back. With that said, she pulled Gzue and walked into the inn, ignoring Yifan. Grandaunt, he saved me. Gzue smiled sweetly and gestured for Yifan to step forward. Greetings, senior. Yifan bowed. Ji Hui nodded and put away her kind smile. Thank you for escorting Ziyue back. I won't let you bleed for nothing. I'll give you enough compensation. Yifan felt that although this old woman seemed to be thanking him, it was somewhat businesslike. There was no expression of gratitude to speak of. He suddenly thought that it was most likely those young disciples who reported him using the Great Void technique. Grandaunt, don't pull a long face. He traveled tens of thousands of miles to escort me back. Look, he's covered in blood and is seriously injured. Gzue was very sharp and naturally saw through Ji Hui's perfunctory words. It's not easy. This young hero, please come in. A smile appeared on Ji Hui's face as she said indifferently. Gzue sent a voice transmission to Yifan, don't mind it. It is indeed a serious matter for me to impart the Great Void technique to you. I believe she will understand after I explain it to her. Yifan nodded and did not say anything. Gzue personally went forward and held Yifan's hand, leading him into the inn. At that moment, Yifan felt Ji Hui's expression darken. Following that, he heard a voice transmission, young man, don't be so close to Ziyue. You have to understand that the daughter of Ji family is like the divine moon that hangs high in the sky. I will compensate you for saving her and give you a generous reward. As for the rest, you know what to do. Chapter 154. Don't worry. There is nothing between me and her. Yifan transmitted his voice and only said that. It's best if there is nothing. Ji Hui did not say anything more and walked in first. After they sat down in the room, Ji Hui was very concerned about Gzue's encounters. She asked her about every detail seriously. The Peacock King is too arrogant. He wants to kill Haoyue and even kidnap you. Seriously. Ji Hui's white hair fluttered as she said, the clan head and the Wavering Light Holy Master have come out of closed-door cultivation to deal with him. Even if we cannot kill him this time, we will make him pay a huge price. The Peacock King had offended the Wavering Light Holy Land 800 years ago. Now, he made a move against the Ji clan. These two ancient factions were truly enraged. It was rare for the Holy Masters to work together. After that, Gzue went to wash up. She had been fleeing for her life, and her clothes were tattered. She was in a sorry state and needed to tidy up. "This young hero, what do you want? My Ji clan can compensate you." Ji Hui turned to look at Yi Fan. She had a calm expression and did not show any emotions. There was no so-called warmth or gratitude. This was just to tell him that the Ji clan was too high for him to reach. Even if he owed them a favor, he could use other methods to repay it. Yi Fan wished for this. He had never thought of entering the Ji clan. Once he recovered from his injuries, he would immediately leave. The Ji clan never owes anyone anything. No matter what kind of favor it is, we have the ability to repay it. Ji Hui was afraid that Yi Fan could not tell what she was implying. She continued, "What do you want? In this world, aside from the sun and moon, there is nothing that my Ji clan cannot take out. We will completely repay the favor." Thinking back to the warning not long ago, her meaning was very clear. She wanted Yi Fan to understand the difference between them and to leave as soon as possible after obtaining the item. Yi Fan felt somewhat disgusted. He had traveled for thousands of kilometers and was heavily injured. He had escorted Ji Ziyue back, yet the other party had such an attitude. He immediately said unkindly, "Actually, I have always wanted to see the legendary ancient desolate tower. Didn't you say that aside from the sun and moon, you can take out anything? In that case, take out the ancient desolate tower and let me see it," Yi Fan thought to himself. Ji Hui's expression froze. Then, she revealed a faint smile. "Tell me, what do you want?" "I don't need anything. At most, I'll leave after a day. Don't worry." Ji Hui's face sank, and she said, "Young man, don't waste your time. We will repay kindness with kindness, and we will not owe favors." At this point, the old woman didn't have anything to hide. She was more or less a bit proud. She absolutely couldn't tolerate the pearl of the Ji family being too close to this young man. "You'd better make your choice as soon as possible, and then I'll send someone to send you away." Ji Hui seemed to have lost her patience. Yi Fan nodded and said, "All right." Ji Hui went straight to the point and said, "I'll give you a spiritual weapon from the demonic emperor's tomb. I think it should be enough to repay your kindness." Ji Hui's arrogance made it seem like Yi Fan had gained a great advantage by giving away the spiritual weapon. Yi Fan felt even more disgusted. He had once obtained 3 spiritual weapons. Although the heartless Daoist snatched them away, he had still obtained them. "Since Senior insists on giving me something, then give me 80 to 100 origin stones or a few carts of spirit herbs." Since the other party was so cold, there was no need for Yi Fan to stand on ceremony. Talking about favors now would be a waste of money. He would have to face his own conscience and let down the kind intentions of others. "You really dare to ask for such an exorbitant price?" Ji Hui's expression froze. Then, she nodded and said, "Since you don't want a spiritual weapon, then I'll give you an origin stone." "Just 1 origin stone?" Yi Fan cursed in his heart. "She's too stingy." "Ji Ren, bring him to collect the origin stone," Ji Hui instructed. An old steward in his 60s replied respectfully. He gestured to Yi Fan and led the way outside. They came to a courtyard where there was a sparkling jade carriage. It looked no more than 5 to 6 meters long, but it gave off a feeling of vastness. Yi Fan followed the old steward named Ji Ren and boarded the carriage. The moment he entered, he was a little surprised. The interior was extremely spacious and didn't look like a carriage at all. Instead, it looked more like a giant cave residence. The interior was warm and moist, flowing with brilliant colors, giving one a dreamlike feeling. This was a cave that was carved out of jade and refined into a carriage. It was extremely miraculous. Just this jade carriage alone is priceless. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even ordinary sects can't take out such wealth, Ji Ren said. Yi Fan understood now. Ji Hui asked the old steward to bring him here to warn him that the difference between the two was like heaven and earth and that he shouldn't have any thoughts about it. Ji Ren brought Yi Fan to a treasury. Inside, there were many colorful weapons. Some were filled with murderous intent, some were dazzling, and some were simple and old. Right now, this is the only origin stone, but it's enough to repay your kindness. Ji Ren's voice was calm and emotionless. He took out a jade box and handed it to Yi Fan. How was this repaying kindness? This was clearly a transaction. Even a steward acted like this. Yi Fan was unhappy, but he didn't want it right now. Otherwise, he might find trouble for himself. The moment he opened the jade box, a wave of pure life energy rushed out. An origin stone the size of a fish shone brightly and emitted colorful lights. There was a colorful mist flowing inside. Such a large origin stone was indeed very precious. It was also very pure without any impurities. It was definitely formed before the primordial era and contained a large amount of life energy. Even this cold old steward's eyes flashed with a strange light at this moment, as if he was somewhat moved. When Xiao Chen returned to the hall, Ji Ziyue had already washed up and was chatting with Ji Hui. Ji Hui nodded at Yi Fan and did not say anything. Just at this moment, someone reported that Hua Yunfei of the Grand Xian sect was requesting an audience. It's this child. Quickly, invite him in. Ji Hui revealed a smile. After a while, Hua Yunfei, dressed in blue, walked into the hall like a flowing cloud. He gave off a noble and otherworldly feeling as he bowed to Ji Hui. Good child, quickly get up. There is no need to do this. Ji Hui went forward with a smile and personally pulled him up. Yi Fan was speechless. Earlier, this old woman was expressionless to him, but after seeing Hua Yunfei, she was so warm. The difference between before and after was really huge. Ji Ziyue also revealed a strange expression and said, Grand Aunt, you know him? Ji Hui smiled and said, how can I not know him? My mother's surname is Hua. She is from the Grand Xian sect. Speaking of which, Yunfei is not an outsider. You should call him cousin. To hell with cousin. Ji Ziyue muttered softly. It was hard for others to hear her clearly. I was the one who arranged the match between your brother Haoyue and Yunfei 2 years ago. At this point, Ji Hui seemed to be very happy and said, both of them are absolute geniuses. Haoyue has a divine body and Yunfei is very talented. He only lost in one move. Ji Ziyue muttered softly again. Child, what nonsense are you talking about? Ji Hui glared at her and then looked at Hua Yunfei and said, Yunfei, why are you here? The Peacock King made a move and shocked the southern region. Brother Haoyue's fate is unknown. Miss Ziyue's whereabouts are also unknown. I wanted to do my part. After bringing people to this region, I heard that Senior was here, so I came to pay my respects. Hua Yunfei replied very calmly and said, Congratulations on escaping danger, Miss Ziyue. Unfortunately, I still don't know who the real culprit is. Ji Ziyue muttered to herself. Good child, this intention is really valuable. Ji Hui was full of smiles. She pulled Hua Yunfei's hand and said, You can also call me Grand Aunt like Ziyue. Don't be a stranger. It must have been hard on you. You came tens of thousands of miles to rescue me. It is really rare. Grand Aunt. Ji Ziyue was a little dissatisfied. Yi Fan had traveled tens of thousands of miles to escort her back. He was heavily injured but he was ignored. And Hua Yunfei had only rushed here and did not make a move. Yet Ji Hui was so friendly. She could not stand it anymore. Don't worry. Our Ji family does not owe others favors. I have already given him sufficient compensation. Ji Hui turned around and replied with a calm expression. Little brother Yi. Hua Yunfei revealed a look of surprise and said, "Why are you here too?" "I am going on a long journey and happened to pass by this place," Yi Fan replied. Hua Yunfei secretly transmitted his voice and said, "Little brother Yi, you left secretly. Are you trying to leave Taixin?" "No such thing. Your constitution is very special. If you stay in Taixin, you will definitely shine in the future. I believe the patriarch will do his best to nurture you." Hua Yunfei seemed to be trying to keep him. "I am just going out to train. Who knows, I might return to my peak one day." Yi Fan did not expect to meet the most outstanding disciple of Taixin here. Hua Yunfei nodded and did not say anything more. "Ji Ren, treat this young hero well. Do not neglect him," Ji Hui instructed the steward beside her. Then, she pulled Ji Ziyue and Hua Yunfei up with a face full of smiles. "Let's go to the backyard. I have something to say to you." "Grand Aunt," Ji Ziyue called out in dissatisfaction. But she could not struggle and was brought to the backyard by Ji Hui. "Damn you." Yi Fan only had these 4 words in his heart. "Little brother Yi, this way please." The old steward, Ji Ren, was expressionless. He made a welcoming gesture and said, "I have prepared a room for you. If you need anything, just let me know." "I don't need anything." After Yi Fan entered the room, he took out the holy jade bottle and drank a few mouthfuls of spring water. Then, he started to activate his Xian technique. His body was special and his life force was strong. His body recovered very quickly. Even if he couldn't fully recover tomorrow, he could go on his way alone. Ji family experts rushed over from all over and gathered together. Ji Hui was completely at ease. Time passed quickly. On the second day, Yi Fan felt refreshed. As expected, he had mostly recovered and was about to leave. At this time, the people of Ji family were about to leave this place and head back. This time, Ji Ziyue did not stop him and sent him off personally. She sent him a voice transmission, "This matter is too big." Even the family head was alerted. "You have too many secrets on you. If you return to Ji family with me, he will most likely see through you. You saved my life, so I can't let you suffer. After thinking about it, I can only let you go." As she said this, Ji Ziyue secretly passed a jade pendant to Yi Fan and said, "This is a psychic jade. It can erase the marks left by others on your body. Little kid, you have to be careful. Okay, we will meet again if fate allows it." Yi Fan waved his hand and rushed into the distance. "Let's go. Don't look anymore. He has already disappeared." Ji Hui walked forward and pulled Ji Ziyue's hand, urging her to board the carriage. Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast. He disappeared in an instant like a flash of light. He was prepared and didn't stop. He used Crazy Old's footwork to the extreme. Only after 2 days did he relax. No one was following him. However, on the 5th day, trouble finally found him. He felt a strong killing intent. An old voice sounded in his ear, "Young man, you took away one more thing. Leave it here." In front of him, a familiar old man stood there, blocking his way. It was Ji Hui's old butler, Ji Ren. "What do you mean? The Great Void technique is not something you can learn." Ji Ren's body was hunched and his expression was cold. He stood there quietly with killing intent. "I saved your Ji family's pearl and you actually came to kill me. Is this how you repay your benefactor?" Yi Fan's expression was cold. The Great Void technique is a supreme secret, one of the essence techniques of the Void ancient scripture. It cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. Miss Ziyue is young and insensible. She passed it to you. I can only take it back. Ji Ren's killing intent was as cold as ice. Even if Alcade Saint got it, we would find a way to take it back. Not to mention you. You're really biting the hand that feeds you. Accept your fate. Ji-ren walked forward. Chapter 155. Ji-ren looked old, but when he moved, he was like a bolt of lightning, swift and fierce, directly pouncing over. Yi-fan used a mysterious movement technique and turned to run. This old steward was definitely not someone he could fight against. Ji-ren was extremely terrifying. With one step, he soared into the sky and stomped down, causing the sky to tremble. His figure was stooped, but at this moment, he was shockingly powerful. His foot enlarged to several meters long and heavily stomped down. Bang! Yi-fan was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. The foot stomped on the ground, emitting a loud sound. Large cracks spread in all directions, completely shattering the ground. You can't leave. The old butler, Ji-ren, raised his palm and slammed it down. His palm, which was as large as a millstone, slammed down with a rumbling sound. You ingrate. Yi-fan clenched his teeth and changed direction, rushing out. Boom! The palm slammed into the void, causing the air to violently surge like a thunderstorm. Yi-fan was almost blown away. One could imagine how terrifying this old steward was. His palm slapped empty air, but it still had such terrifying power. I'll take care of your funeral. You old thing, your hair is about to fall out. You should make arrangements for your funeral. Yi-fan rushed into the distance. His speed could not be said to be slow, but he found that he could not escape from this area. There was a mysterious power circulating, causing the ground to flicker with light, obstructing his movement technique. Even though he rushed to the sky, he was still restricted by this place. This part of the world was like a cage, sealed by someone. He could not rush out at all. You can't leave. Old Steward Ji-ren's expression was cold. His body was stooped and he said, I will give you a quick death. Every year, I will burn some joss paper and sprinkle some wine for you. He used his finger as a blade and slashed downwards. A flame rushed out like a divine flame blade, shining brilliantly and enveloping the sky. The divine flame danced, incomparably scorching. Yi-fan rushed out in a split second, dodging the flaming saber that was slashing down. The scorching temperature immediately caused the area behind him to burn. In the blink of an eye, the ground was scorched. All the plants were turned into ashes. The red soil was scorched and turned into sparkling porcelain. Biting the hand that feeds you. Yi-fan clenched his teeth at Ji-ren, but he hated Ji-hui even more. You heartless old hag, don't let me escape, or I'll make you pay. It's useless to say anything. You can only blame yourself for learning the secret skill recorded in the void ancient scripture. Even the direct descendants of the Ji clan don't have the chance to learn it, let alone an insignificant outsider like you. Ji-ren stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers were like heavenly hooks, emitting a bluish-purple light. Thunder rumbled as he grabbed at Yi-fan's head. Gotcha! Several bolts of purple lightning coiled around his fingers like dragons and snakes, causing the void to distort and arrive in the blink of an eye. Yi-fan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately used the Great Void technique and turned into a plume of black smoke, attacking in this space. Gotcha! The purple lightning was indeed extraordinary. The first strike created a huge hole in the ground. The hole was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. You really have mastered the Great Void technique. I can't let you live. Ji-ren's eyes were filled with coldness. Several bolts of lightning shot out from his hand at the same time. Dang! A deafening sound was heard. A bronze board appeared in Yi-fan's hand. It shook violently and absorbed all the lightning bolts. It was the bronze board of the Great Thunder Temple. This board was half broken and couldn't exert any power. However, after many studies, Yifan found out that it could absorb lightning and sound waves. This is not going to work. Yifan put away the bronze board. He felt that he was being too passive. To him, Ji-Ren's cultivation was unfathomable and he couldn't fight him head-on. The old steward Ji-Ren pressed down and said indifferently, "Young man, why do you have to do this? Struggling is useless. It will only bring you pain. I want to give you a quick death. Don't make a mistake." Although he spoke calmly, his steps were filled with killing intent. He opened his mouth and spat out a demonic cloud. It was like a tsunami in the sky, rumbling and rushing towards Yifan. Yifan was shocked. This old thing was too powerful. His breath was like thunder, vast and mighty like the sea. He shot up into the sky and said, "What did you do? How did you seal this space? I have a great treasure, the great overarching heaven net. It covers the entire world. You can't break it." Ji-Ren's expression was indifferent. "How did you find me?" Yifan asked again. "Lady Zeus secretly gave you the jade pendant. We already found out. You think you can get rid of us just by erasing the mark? I followed you from the beginning. However, your speed is really too fast. I only found you again today. Good, good, good. I finally know your temperament. Ji Hui, you damned old hag. Ji-Ren, you dog slave." Ji-Ren attacked like a ghost and said coldly, "It's about time. You should be on your way." Boom! The sky trembled as a black hand appeared. Dark clouds rolled around it, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. It was the Ji clan's void palm. Ji-Ren was the steward in name. He was only an old slave, yet he knew this secret technique. It was obvious that his status was not ordinary. The void palm was incomparably tyrannical and powerful. It was as black as ink and blotted out the sun. It heavily slammed down towards Yifan. It was too late for him to dodge. This was a supreme secret technique recorded in the void ancient scripture. It was extremely frightening. The black hand covered the sky and completely trapped him below. In your next life, join a normal family. Don't get involved in this kind of trouble. Old steward Ji-Ren's voice was not loud. It was emotionless and cold as it echoed in the sky. Chi! Yifan took out the purple bronze 8-trigram mirror. It emitted a beam of light that shone down on the palm in the sky. At the same time, he took out the heaven-gathering umbrella. However, the purple bronze 8-trigram mirror's light couldn't stop the void palm. Bang! The black palm covered the sky and heavily slammed down on the heaven-gathering umbrella. With a crack, cracks appeared on the surface of the umbrella. Yifan's body was flung away. Ji-Ren didn't say anything else. He once again summoned the void palm and slammed it down on Yifan. The palm was like a dark cloud, emitting a terrifying vibration. It pressed down like a mountain. Bang! The heaven-gathering umbrella was powerful, but it couldn't stop the void palm. After another heavy slap, it broke into pieces. The heaven-gathering umbrella was broken. Yifan spat out a mouthful of blood as he was knocked back dozens of meters. He sighed in his heart. The difference in strength was too great. Even a treasure like the heaven-gathering umbrella was broken. How could he fight? Boz! The void trembled and the huge black hand slammed down again, covering even the sun in the sky. A huge shadow covered the land below. Crack! Crack! The palm hadn't really slammed down, but the ground under Yifan's feet couldn't bear the pressure and quickly cracked. One could imagine how terrifying the pressure was. Yifan took out the purple bronze 8-trigram mirror and quickly enlarged it. It was like a huge shield above his head. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metal was so sharp that it made people's bodies tremble. It was as if a god was forging iron and metal was splitting the sky. The purple bronze 8 trigram mirror also cracked. It couldn't be saved. Yi Fan's heart ached. This was the weapon of the Jiang family elder. It could be considered a treasure. Although it was damaged in the desolate antiquity forbidden ground, it was still a powerful treasure. However, it couldn't stop the void palm. Clang! Another ear-piercing sound rang out, and the purple copper 8 trigrams mirror cracked. Then, with a crash, it exploded in the sky. Yi Fan was almost smashed into the ground. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the sky and said, "You old fart, 2 treasures were destroyed." Even if he took out the remaining pristine jade bottle, the result would still be the same. Paw! Ji Ren stretched out his hand and sent Yi Fan flying. Although it wasn't the void palm, it was still extremely powerful. If Yi Fan didn't have a treasured body, he would have been smashed into pieces. Even so, he was still sent flying for dozens of meters. Bang! The huge palm reached out again and slapped towards Yi Fan. He couldn't dodge in time and his body was almost smashed into pieces. He struggled to stand up after a long time. Ji Ren stooped down and looked down expressionlessly. With an indifferent voice, he said, "Compared to the Ji family, you are too insignificant. What's the point of struggling in vain? Attacking you is no different from killing a chicken or a dog. You old fart, you are only a dog raised by others. Don't put on such a high and mighty attitude. Even if that damned old hag Ji Hui came, she is not worthy." Ji Ren didn't show any anger on his face. He said calmly, like a speck of dust, as weak as an ant. "Originally, you wouldn't have anything to do with the Ji family. Unfortunately, your fate is not good enough. The Great Void spell is not something people like you can touch." Ji Ren was old and clumsy. It was as if he was looking down at an ant. "You old slave!" Right at this moment, old manager Ji Ren descended from the sky and approached him. He said, "Before I kill you, I need to understand something. I need to extract your soul." Relying on his true battle power, Yi Fan had no chance at all. The gap between them was like the gap between heaven and earth. Plus, he didn't even know how powerful this old man was. Yi Fan was waiting for the chance to use his last trump card. After Ji Ren came closer, he felt that it was time to make his move. At that moment, a small golden lake suddenly appeared between Yi Fan's eyebrows. It was like a golden sun was fixed there. The small lake trembled. Divine splendor shone resplendently, and a dazzling beam of light rushed out, transforming into a sharp golden sword. It was as if it could hack apart the heavens. This was a powerful soul attack. After eating the golden fruit, Yi Fan's soul energy had reached an unimaginable level. It was so condensed that it could transform into a physical form. He had been studying this soul attack for more than a year. Gradually, it evolved into a powerful attack that specialized in attacking the opponent's mind. "Ah!" Ji Ren screamed. He held his head and fell to the ground. The powerful soul attack was effective in one strike. Before, old manager Ji Ren had been cold and emotionless. But now, his face was twisted as he screamed and struggled in pain. Yi Fan's bones were shaking. His skin was translucent and his divine power surged. His golden fist smashed forward. Bang! This punch directly hit the old steward's lower jaw, and with a crisp, cracked sound, his jawbone broke. "You old slave, aren't you high and mighty? I will send you straight to the 18th level of hell." Ji Ren was punched in the chin and sent flying into the air. Yi Fan leaned to the side and swung his leg like a whip. Pow! Yi Fan's right leg landed heavily on Ji Ren's chest and smashed him down from the air. Even though Ji Ren's cultivation was unfathomable, his physique was not comparable to a saint physique. His ribs broke and caved in. "You old slave, didn't you see me as an ant just now?" Yi Fan kicked again. Ji Ren's shoulder was crushed and he was sent flying. Yi Fan didn't wait for him to land. He chased after him in 7 steps and stomped down heavily. Bang! He stomped on Ji Ren, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. What's so great about the clan of the ancients? Sooner or later, I will pay a visit to the Ji clan. I will explore the Ji clan's holy land that you think is unreachable. That damned old hag, please live longer. Bang! Yi Fan kicked Ji Ren, who was rolling on the ground, into the air. Chapter 156. Bang! Yi Fan soared into the sky and swung his golden fish down, smashing almost all of Ji Ren's ribs. However, this old steward was unfathomable and had an unparalleled vitality. There was no sign of him dying. Instead, he was roaring and howling. Yi Fan charged down, using the 8 steps overtaking Cicada. He was extremely fast. Every step landed on Ji Ren's body, and every time it landed, there would be a crisp, cracked sound. After 8 steps, Ji Ren's bones were broken in dozens of places and his body was almost deformed. At the same time, he also fell to the ground. Yi Fan punched out one last time, and Ji Ren was sent flying like a rock. He fell to the ground like a dead dog. His methods were cruel, but Yi Fan had no mercy. In this dog-eat-dog relationship, if he was not ruthless, he would be killed. Ji Hui was determined to kill him. This old steward was here to carry out the death sentence, so he was calm and indifferent from beginning to end. He did not feel the slightest bit guilty about killing Ji Hui. Therefore, Yi Fan would not be affected by his emotions and would kill him without hesitation. Ah! Ji Ren screamed, but he was still not dead. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The other party was too powerful. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would have lost his life already. He could not see through the opponent's profound cultivation level. Yi Fan did not want any accidents to happen, so he directly took out the golden book. The scripture's carrier, the golden page, turned into a dazzling golden light and rushed forward. It was bright and sharp, cutting the void until it became blurry as if it was about to tear it apart. Although this scripture was not a real weapon, it was more durable than the Jiang Elder's 8 trigrams mirror and could submerge in the sea of bitterness. However, the mirror, the Heaven Luo umbrella, and the pristine jade vase could not. They were blocked by the green bronze block above the sea of bitterness. In a sense, this golden page was not a weapon, but it was better than one. Chi! The golden blade was extremely dazzling. The thin golden page was comparable to the sharpest weapon, and it slashed through. Pooh! Ji Ren's head was chopped off. Blood spurted out of his body like a fountain. The blood splashed out 2 meters away, while the head flew a few meters away. In the cruel world of cultivators, once a fight broke out, one would either be killed or killed. There was no such thing as mercy. Yi Fan sighed. However, he was shocked to find that the headless body was still rolling, and the head was still trembling. The fact that Ji Ren was still alive caused Yi Fan's hair to stand on end. He once again took out the golden book. If such a terrifying character could survive, just the thought of it was terrifying. Pooh! The golden book rushed into Ji Ren's sea of reincarnation and directly severed the source of his divine power, splitting open this secret realm. No matter how strong the other party was, he was no longer afraid. Chi! Yi Fan did not stop there. He took out the golden book and slashed it at the trembling head. As long as he could destroy it, Ji Ren would not be able to cause any more trouble. Buzz! However, right at this moment, something astonishing happened. Ji Ren's nearly bald hair suddenly emitted a 5-colored ray of light, which immediately blocked the golden book. It was a powerful divine power that sealed the space and kept the golden book out. Amidst the five-colored light, a thin bone hairpin exuded a misty aura. It was actually this hairpin that was releasing a mysterious power that flowed towards Ji Ren's head. At the same time, the bone hairpin shattered, and a ray of light rushed out. Ji Hui's figure emerged and shouted, "What happened?" Yi Fan's scalp tingled. Although he wanted to kill this damned old woman right now, he understood the gap between them. The legendary elders of the Ji clan were like giants in front of him. "It's you." Ji Hui's silhouette appeared, and she was extremely shocked. "How could Ji Ren be defeated by you?" He was actually at the brink of life and death. "The bone hairpin I gave him before he left was broken." How is this possible?" The famed old woman of the Ji clan, Ji Hui, had a look of disbelief on her face. This was too unexpected for her. It was like hearing about a lion being bitten to death by an ant. Yi Fan quickly calmed down. Without saying anything, he took out the golden book and slashed at Ji Hui. He knew that this wasn't the real legendary elder of the Ji clan, it was just a strand of imprint. He had to destroy them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the head might recover. This is too shocking, this is against common sense. Ji Hui was still in shock as the golden book slashed through her. However, Ji Hui was unharmed. She quickly merged back together and coldly said, "Brat, you're still too young. You can't even separate the spiritual imprint. You can't kill me." She then shouted, "Ji Ren, wake up." Swoosh. In between Yi Fan's eyebrows, the golden lake appeared again. A small golden sword flew out, it was formed by his powerful consciousness and slashed at Ji Hui. Knowing the opponent's condition, Yi Fan calmed down. Using his powerful consciousness to destroy the imprint was the most suitable method. Ah! Ji Hui's silhouette was furious. Everything was out of her expectation. Yi Fan's consciousness was so powerful that it didn't match his cultivation level at all. Swoosh! It was like a red-hot iron bar plunging into ice and snow, melting a large part of it. Ji Hui's imprint instantly became blurry, almost destroyed. Facing the real legendary elder of the Ji clan, Yi Fan had no chance. After all, he had only cultivated for 3 years. But this was only Ji Hui's imprint, not her real body. He began his massacre. "You damned old hag, I can't kill your real body, but can't I kill your imprint?" Yi Fan was full of hatred towards this ruthless old hag. She repaid kindness with enmity and wanted to destroy his body and soul. Right now, she was the perfect punching bag. "You!" Ji Hui was furious after being insulted, but she also knew how terrifying the opponent's consciousness was. She soared into the sky and wanted to escape. Yi Fan wouldn't give her the chance. If this imprint returned to his real body, it would be hard for him to die in the future. The opponent would definitely torture him in every possible way. "Damned old hag, don't you like to chase and kill?" Yi Fan rushed up and shouted, "Today, I'll chase and kill for you to see." Pfft. In the small golden lake, his divine sense materialized and shattered Ji Hui's arm. Pfft. The divine consciousness sword chopped down and cut off Ji Hui's head. "Brat, you dare to humiliate me, damn you, you want to kill me." Yi Fan rushed over and waved his golden palm. He directly slapped over and said, "Touch your dog head." Bang! The golden palm landed on Ji Hui's head. She was instantly scattered, but she quickly reassembled. Other than divine sense attacks, it was very difficult for other forces to destroy her. Ji Hui was infuriated. She had never been humiliated like this before. Pfft. From between Yi Fan's brows, the golden divine consciousness rushed out again and penetrated Ji Hui's head. Then, a divine light shone in all directions and engulfed the area. He didn't have time to waste. First, he didn't want any accidents to happen. Second, he still had to deal with the half-dead Ji-Ren. Ji Hui's imprint let out an unwilling roar and shattered on the spot. It melted like a snowflake and completely disappeared from the world. Yifan dove down and took out the golden book, slashing at Ji-Ren again. At this moment, the head calmed down after being nourished by the mysterious light. Its eyes opened as it regained its consciousness. Its gaze was as cold as a knife as it glared at Yifan. Old fart, you sure are lucky. Yifan activated the golden scripture and slashed forward. The surroundings were sealed. Only by killing the enemy in front of him could he escape this place. All the divine power contained in Ji Hui's imprint was transferred to Ji-Ren, waking him up completely. The head flew up and hid in the distance. Pfft. Yifan wasn't afraid of the waves. He didn't chase after the head and attacked the headless body directly. However, something shocking happened. From the broken body, 5 figures rushed out and stood side by side, guarding the body. The first one was clad in black armor and held a giant sickle. Other than the cold light on the sickle, it was as black as ink. This person stood there like a god of death. The second one was clad in crimson armor and looked like a burning flame. In his hand, he held a blood-colored long blade that was dazzling. The third one was clad in azure armor and looked like the scales of an azure dragon. In his hand, he held a wolf fang club. His aura was heavy. These 5 people were like 5 evil gods. They exuded a demonic aura and a mysterious power flowed around them. The hidden territory of the Holy Ji Palace. Yifan instantly understood and sucked in a breath of cold air. It was said that cultivators in the secret realms could cultivate 5 gods and have all kinds of mysterious abilities. After cultivation, some strange things would happen. Although he had destroyed Ji-Ren's Sea of Reincarnation, the other side was still unharmed. The 5 evil gods had jumped out. The only fortunate thing was that the head couldn't merge with the body and couldn't control the 5 gods well. The secret realms are too mysterious. This kind of manifestation is just the tip of the iceberg, Yifan said to himself. There was no way back. He could only move forward. Yifan took out the golden book and activated the scripture at the same time. He mobilized the source chi in his body and prepared for the bloody battle. Pfft. However, he was surprised to find that the 5 evil gods weren't as strong as he had imagined. There was a flash of golden light and one of them's arms was cut off. Ji-Ren's angry roar came from the distance. He was desperate and unwilling. Ha! Yifan laughed and said, I understand now. Your head can't return and they can't use their power. What's there to be afraid of? Yifan rushed forward with large steps. He brandished his golden fist, and with a ping sound, an evil god was blasted apart. It turned into an expanse of dazzling multicolored light and disappeared. Ji-Ren roared. Although he didn't have a body, his spiritual sense was even more terrifying. Whoosh! The world darkened, and a huge purple net appeared in the sky, covering everything. The overarching heaven net. Yifan was shocked. It was this net that trapped him and prevented him from leaving. Unexpectedly, the overarching heaven net didn't rush towards him. Instead, it wrapped around the head and rushed into the distance. The remaining 4 evil gods turned into 4 beams of light and rushed into the sky. This old bastard. Yifan rushed over, using his greatest strength to completely destroy his body. He waved the incomplete void palm imprint, slapping it towards the sky. Bang, 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 the black hand covered the sky and smashed the 4 evil gods to pieces. He didn't dare to delay and rushed into the distance to chase after Ji-Ren. Without a body, the head's divine power was limited. After all, the Sea of Reincarnation and the secret realm of the Tao Palace had been destroyed. Ji-Ren was powerless and the overarching heaven net couldn't protect him. His speed gradually slowed down. Yi Fan cultivated the old crazy man's supreme secret technique and caught up in the blink of an eye. He knew that he couldn't let Ji Ren escape or there would be endless trouble. Old bastard, you don't have the divine power source and the 5 gods. How are you going to escape? Yi Fan was secretly glad that he had cut off the head first. Otherwise, if the other had connected with the body, he wouldn't have had a chance. However, it wasn't luck. He had created everything himself. His success in killing the enemy with his spiritual sense had already determined this result. Bang! Yi Fan waved his hand and slapped forward. Purple light flashed, and the overarching heaven net dissolved Yi Fan's attack, temporarily protecting the head. Unfortunately, the head was still a head after all. It had limited divine power, and if it continued to fly, it would soon be exhausted. It couldn't provide energy for the overarching heaven net, so there was no way to control it. Although the treasure was powerful, it needed divine power to activate and control it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be effective. Old man, thank you for giving me a treasure. Bang! Yi Fan's last attack finally crushed Ji Ren's head. The purple net floated down and was caught in his hand. It really is a great treasure. He felt Ji Hui's aura on it. It must have been given to him by Ji Hui, a famous figure of the Ji family. The net looked like it was made of interweaving starlight, sparkling and translucent. Encompassing the heavens and earth, it really is a spiritual item. Yi Fan felt that the overarching heaven net was much more powerful than the destroyed purple copper 8 trigram mirror and heaven net umbrella. There were faint patterns on it that were very mysterious. It seemed to be able to capture the sun, moon, and stars. He didn't stop. After erasing all traces of this place, he flew away as fast as lightning. He needed to avoid the limelight. If the famous figures of the Ji family found out, they would definitely be furious and wouldn't let him go. Chapter 157. Yi Fan knew that he had caused a great disaster. The southern region was extremely dangerous for him. The Ji family was huge and had many experts. They would not let him go just like that. This time, he had killed the old steward Ji Ren and destroyed Ji Hui's imprint. However, this didn't solve the problem. On the contrary, the Ji family would react even more violently. Hide! There was only one way. There was no other way. The Great Void technique was one of the essentials of the Void ancient scripture. The Ji family could not allow it to be leaked. Even if the Alcade Saint obtained it, the Ji family would find a way to take it back, let alone a small cultivator like Yi Fan. In these days, he had heard a lot of news. All of it shook the southern region. The battle between the Peacock King and Nangongjing had come to an end. The mountain range was scorched and became barren. However, the outside world did not know who was stronger and who was weaker. By the time people arrived, the two almighty beings had already disappeared. The Alcade Saint and the Ji family saint went out together to search for the Peacock King in the southern region. They said they would kill the Peacock King. This caused a huge commotion, but they could not find any traces of him. The bronze palace was faintly discernible. It was about to sink into the eastern wasteland. But until now, no peerless experts had entered. The great figures were worried and were making their final preparations. It was said that the Ji family's Ji Haoyue was heavily injured and almost killed. His whereabouts were unknown and many people were secretly searching for him. In the heavenly Jade Holy Land, the only survivor was the mad old man. He had formed a cocoon in the great darkness and was sleeping. There were many experts guarding him, but when he broke out of the cocoon, no one noticed him. He had mysteriously disappeared, leaving everyone shocked. Undercurrents were surging in the southern domain. All of the great powers were sending out powerful experts to gather information. Yi Fan smiled wryly. Right now, there were two people in the most dangerous situation in the southern region. One was Ji Haoyue and the other was him. Ji Haoyue's divine body had just formed. He could be considered a strong cultivator. As long as he did not meet the Peacock King, he would have a way out. As for him, his divine body had not formed yet. If he was discovered, he would be in great danger. The southern region of the eastern wasteland was not peaceful at all. Something shocking could happen at any time. The Ji clan has been passed down since the antiquity era. If you want to kill me, don't blame me for being impolite. I will spread the Great Void technique to the world. I don't believe that you dare to kill the countless people of the southern region. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He was ready to fight to the death. That was because he clearly felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere in the past 2 days. The legendary figures of the Ji family were searching for Ji Haoyue, but even more young experts had been mobilized. They were frantically searching for Ji Haoyue and were about to dig 3 feet into the ground. Of course, that was only the worst-case scenario. The southern territory was so vast that Yi Fan didn't believe that he could hide in a secluded corner of the mountain and still be discovered. For the past few days, he had been hiding in the wilderness, changing from one place to another. He was afraid that he had not completely shaken off his pursuers. This kind of life as a fugitive was not easy. They were always on guard, afraid that they would be discovered by the Ji family. It was not until the 7th day that Yi Fan finally stopped. He did not know where he was. He entered a deep mountain with ancient trees that covered the sun. He decided to quietly cultivate here and wait for the situation to completely calm down before leaving the southern region. It was too dangerous outside, so he could only hide for the time being. Yi Fan was ready to cultivate in peace and reach the realm of the shore as soon as possible. Right now, above his sea of sufferings, there was a divine pulse in the sky. It was crystal clear like a rainbow and was about to penetrate the sea of reincarnation. With the formation of the vein of heaven and the divine bridge in the sky, it was only a matter of time before he reached the realm of nirvana. What he needed now was accumulation. He had a pure source in his hand. It was the size of a fist and was overflowing with colors. However, Yi Fan did not intend to use it now. He wanted to save it for when he reached the nirvana realm. Such a large source contained unimaginable life essence. If it was before, it would be enough for him to advance to a realm. However, as Elder Wu Qingfeng had said, the further one cultivated, the harder it would be. Everything required 10 times the price of the beginning. This source could help him break through the realm. If he refined it when he reached the peak of the celestial bridge, he would definitely be able to enter the realm of nirvana. In the next few days, Yi Fan began to understand the various methods that he had cultivated. The Sea of Reincarnation volume of Taoist scripture was where his foundation lay. It was the source of his cultivation path. This method did not have any secret techniques or killing moves. It was completely about tapping into one's potential. Although there was no secret technique like the Great Technique of Void, it was respected as the strongest chapter to cultivate the Sea of Reincarnation for a reason. It emphasized on the foundation. Now, half of the words on the golden page had disappeared. Not much was left. Many of the star-like ancient words were completely obliterated. Vaguely, this matched with Yi Fan's realm. The words that disappeared were all parts that he had completely cultivated. He guessed that once he reached the realm of nirvana, there would be no more ancient words in this Taoist scripture. Other than the Golden Book, one of the 9 secrets, Crazy Vol's footwork, and the Great Technique of Void were the 3 supreme secret techniques that he had mastered. In their respective fields, no other technique could surpass them. For a few days, Yi Fan kept trying to figure out the 3 secret techniques. He had mastered too few techniques. This was his ultimate technique to save his life. The tripod was still not formed. It needed time to be refined. However, it could be imagined that once the tripod was formed, it would be invincible. Yi Fan did not want to add a name to the tripod. He felt that the word tripod was enough to represent everything. The Xianhuang tripod, the qi of myriad cauldron, were not as clear as that word. Yifan drank a lot of divine spring. He calmed his mind and cultivated. He comprehended a lot. The heavenly veins above the sea of reincarnation grew again. It was just around the corner to reach the mysterious realm of nirvana. On the 9th day, Yifan held the Bodhi bead in his hand. His mind was empty. His body was like a glass lamp, pure and translucent. He was in a wondrous realm. At this moment, he was one with the rocks, the plants, and the deep mountains. His mind was at peace. He could hear the breathing of the plants and feel the pulse of the deep mountains. He seemed to be one with the heaven and earth. His consciousness took form. It was like a breeze or a cloud. He traveled through the deep mountains. His spirit seemed to have left his body. If there was a big shot here, he would be shocked. When a powerful cultivator reached the later stage, he would have to rely on comprehending Tao to increase his realm. Once he reached that level, no heavenly materials or earthly treasures would be of use. Yifan's realm was not high. However, he could stay in the Tao rhythm of heaven and earth and be ethereal for a long time. It was rare. Suddenly, Yifan sensed danger. He was one with all things. His consciousness that was traveling in the deep mountains sensed danger. In almost an instant, he saw Ji Hui of the Ji clan. In an instant, his divine sense returned. He opened his eyes with a swoosh and stood up from the grass and trees. This old man, how did he find me? Yifan turned into a wisp of smoke. He traveled through the forest and quickly rushed into the distance. This kid's spiritual sense is so sharp. It is really strange, Ji Hui muttered to herself. She waved her hand and said, "Send a message. Surround him from all directions. We cannot let him escape." Yifan was prepared. He had carved many Tao patterns here. They were recorded in ancient beast skin books. He could not comprehend them and could only copy them. Now, they were finally useful. He rushed out, but the people surrounding him were blocked. Insignificant tricks. Ji Hui shouted coldly. She waved her hand and with a rumble, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Rocks shot through the air. The area with the Tao patterns was erased by her divine power. Behind her, the sky was densely packed. In order to chase after Yifan and to take back the Great Void technique, they had mobilized a large number of cultivators. Ji Hui was not the only super expert. For a small cultivator like Yifan, there were actually several famous guests with similar statuses to Ji Hui. The Great Void technique must not be leaked. Yifan rushed out dozens of miles, but he was shocked. The speed he was so proud of couldn't shake off these elders. With their strength, their speed was naturally terrifying. "Young man, you have nowhere to go today. There is no way you can escape." Old woman Ji Hui's expression was cold as she transmitted her voice from behind. "How did you find me?" Yifan was puzzled. "Can my spiritual imprint be erased so easily?" Ji Hui's expression was unsightly. It was a humiliation for someone as powerful as her to have her spiritual imprint erased by a young man. She said coldly, "Even if Ziyue gave you the psychic jade, it doesn't mean you can't track me. You're audacious enough to take away my overarching heaven net." Yifan sighed. He already repeatedly refined the overarching heaven net, erasing all traces on its surface. Every strand of the net was sparkling like jade, already untainted by dust, untainted by divine senses, yet it was still found by the other party. The famous guests of the clan of the ancients were indeed unfathomable. They couldn't be measured with common sense. Yifan was like a stream of light, like lightning. The mountains and rivers retreated rapidly, but he still couldn't shake off Ji Hui and the others. The distance between them was actually shrinking. At this point, he was truly at the end of the line. There was no way out. Yi Fan thought about it and could only gamble. He rushed out of the mountain range and flew towards a densely populated area. This was a powerful country in the southern region. The capital had a population of no less than 1 million. The city was huge and bustling, with people coming and going in an endless stream. Yi Fan rushed to the sky above the unknown capital city and stopped. He turned around and used his divine sense to communicate with the other 4. If you dare to take one more step forward, I will spread the Great Void technique to the entire capital city and let millions of people know about it. Moreover, I'll rush to the next city and announce it to the world. The Great Void technique will no longer be a secret. I don't believe you'll dare to slaughter the entire southern region. Ji Hui's expression changed. The other 3 also stopped in their tracks. If the Great Void technique were to be known by everyone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Didn't your Ji family want to keep it a secret? I'll let the entire southern region know. Since I have no way out, why not help the cultivators of the world? Ji Hui's expression was as dark as water. The other 3 were also furious. They felt that the young man in front of them was truly difficult to deal with. They wanted nothing more than to slap him to death. Yi Fan looked at them coldly and shouted, "Scram, scram immediately." The Ji family, which had been passed down since the antiquity era, was extraordinary. No one dared to humiliate them, but a little cultivator dared to do so. The Ji family's legendary figures, especially Ji Hui, were livid. Veins popped on her forehead, but she held it in. At this moment, the other cultivators of the Ji family caught up. Most of them were young, and the sky was densely packed with people. "And all of you, scram as well," Yi Fan shouted. He had long been suppressing a bellyful of anger from being chased. There was nothing to worry about right now. He had already shed all pretense of cordiality. If he couldn't escape, then he'd fight to the death. His voice was like thunder. The entire city heard him clearly. There was no lack of cultivators below, and they all looked shocked. Aren't those the cultivators of the Ji family? Someone actually dares to speak to them like that. How incredible, comparable to the Peacock King. Who is that young man? He dared to tell the Ji family's legendary figures to scram and shocked everyone. No one dared to go forward. He's probably a powerful cultivator too. Yi Fan had always been unknown in this area, but from this day onward, he was destined to be known by everyone. He dared to challenge the authority of the Huanggu family and face the many cultivators of the Ji family alone. It was truly shocking. Didn't you hear what I said? All of you scram. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. You know what will happen. If people didn't fear death, they wouldn't be afraid of anything and wouldn't care about anything. Veins popped on the foreheads of the Ji family's legendary figures. Black mist curled around them, and their gazes were frightening. No one had ever dared to treat the cultivators from the Ji family like this. Kill him. Ancestors, why won't you let us go? The eyes of the young disciples of the Ji family almost popped out of their sockets. No matter where they went, they were seen as geniuses. Today, they were humiliated by a young man like this. They couldn't bear it at all. This was the first time Yi Fan became famous among the younger generation, but he did it in such a way. It was obvious that he would become the public enemy of the younger generation of the Ji family. Yi Fan. Ji Hui slowly opened her mouth. She tried to make her voice as calm as possible. Do you know what you are doing? Stupid old woman, shut your mouth. I have nothing to say to you. If you mention my name again, there's no turning back. Yi Fan threw caution to the wind. Now that he couldn't suppress these people, he didn't even have the slightest hope of living. Ji Hui's chest was heaving up and down. The veins on her neck were clearly visible. They were as thick as vines, and they were spasming and trembling. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since someone dared to treat her like this. Even someone as powerful as she, who had lived for so long, found it hard to swallow this anger. Ancestor, what are you waiting for? Kill him. Let us go and kill him. The younger generation of the G family couldn't take it anymore. Their killing intent soared to the sky. I'm only going to say one last time. All of you, scram immediately. I'll only give you 10 breaths of time. Yifan swept his gaze forward. Someone from the younger generation of the G family let out a long roar, venting his anger. Below, the cultivators in the giant city were all dumbfounded. It was obvious that Yifan's name would spread throughout the southern domain and become the public enemy of the younger generation of the clan of the ancients. Ha ha ha. At this moment, someone laughed. A figure arrived in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. It was as if he had been standing in the sky above the giant city all this time and didn't just appear out of nowhere. It was a youth around 16 or 17 years old. He was delicate and handsome, with soft hair, clear eyes, and an otherworldly temperament. He was as fresh as snow on a flowering tree. It was the Peacock King. Well said. Did you hear that, people of the G family? Hurry up and scram. The Peacock King looked down on the southern domain. He was invincible and stood at the peak. His appearance caused everyone's expressions to change. Many people were trembling with fear. One had to know that the Peacock King's roar had directly shattered a legendary figure of the G family. He was unfathomably powerful. The Peacock King walked over and patted Yifan's shoulder. He looked as otherworldly as a lotus flower and didn't have the slightest bit of power or might. Everyone was shocked. What exactly was the relationship between Yifan and the Peacock King? Could it be that he had a great background? Chapter 158. The faces of the Ji clan were as ugly as they could be, especially Ji Hui. Her fingers hidden in her wide sleeves were trembling. Was there anyone in the southern region or the entire eastern barren territory who dared to yell at the Ji clan like this? It had been many years since anyone dared to do this. But a young man, only 14 or 15 years old, dared to yell at them like this. How could they endure this? Now, the Peacock King was here again. He stood next to the young man and said the same thing. This made everyone clench their fists. However, they couldn't do anything. The Peacock King was a powerful cultivator of the monster clan. If the Saint Lord of the Ji clan didn't come, who could fight against him? More importantly, if they forced Yifan into a corner, he would spread the Great Void technique across the world. That would be a disaster for the Ji clan. The Ji clan didn't know what to do. They were furious and didn't know what to do. Behind them, the young disciples of the Ji clan were even more furious. Yifan's face had been deeply imprinted in their hearts. He was now the #1 person on their must-kill list. He would become the public enemy of all the young disciples. Even though many of these young disciples were impulsive and hot-blooded, none of them dared to take even half a step out of line. It was completely silent. There were many cultivators in the city below. Some were just passing by and some were already here. Their mouths were dry. For so many years, the Ji clan had been high up in the clouds. People had to look up to them and no one dared to go against them. In the entire eastern barren territory, who dared to provoke them? Who dared to speak rudely? Which force dared to provoke them? But today, they were treated like this. Everyone was shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. They all looked up at the sky. The Peacock King fought against the Alcade Saint 800 years ago. It's understandable that he dares to provoke the Ji clan. But what is the background of that young man named Yifan? How dare he do this? Also, the Ji clan seems to be afraid of him. Could it be that he has an extraordinary background? Someone dares to provoke the G clan again. I wonder if he can survive. In the past, there have been some arrogant people, but they all ended tragically. No one has been able to shake the sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients. If we take a step back and endure for a while, we might not be able to make it out alive. What do you know? A person like the Peacock King has always been the one to soar above the world. If he were to cower, then he wouldn't be the Peacock King. As for that young man, I'm afraid he's the same kind of person. Perhaps he's an almighty senior. At this moment, Yi Fan had become the center of attention. Not only was his name remembered, but his appearance was also deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. At this point, he couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. After today, many people in the southern domain would know about him. At this time, he stood side by side with the Peacock King and was regarded as an equal by many people. Apart from the people of the Ji family, many cultivators who didn't know the details mistook him for an unknown powerhouse. Why are you still here? Didn't you hear what I said? The Peacock King's words were not harsh. Instead, they were calm and indifferent, but they caused people's hearts to palpitate. He had dominated the southern domain 800 years ago, so naturally, he was even more frightening now. Peacock King, you are an almighty senior. We know we are no match for you, but there's no need for you to be so arrogant. Ji Hui's face was ashen. She spoke slowly, but she didn't dare to say anything too extreme. Behind them, everyone was gritting their teeth. It was rare for a clan of the ancients to be so sullen when they set out. However, no one dared to act up. If they offended the person before them, it was very likely that they would all die. What was an almighty? With a flip of their hand, they could summon clouds and rain. With one hand, they could cover the sky and the earth. They could stand at the peak of the pyramid and look down on everything. Once they made a move, mountains and rivers would tremble. Ji Hui waved her hand behind her. Everyone slowly retreated. Then, filled with unwillingness and anger, they charged into the distance. Take care. I won't send you off. Yi Fan transmitted his voice from afar. The great forces that had existed since the Antiquity era had existed for countless years. Being ordered to retreat by someone like this made everyone feel resentful, but they had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, there would only be one result waiting for them. They would all be slaughtered. If the Peacock King wanted to kill them, he would not show them any mercy. He didn't make a move right now because he had his reservations. If he started a massacre, he wouldn't care about the consequences. If that happened, all the demonic beasts in the southern domain would be in danger. The Ji clan would definitely do everything they could to wipe them out and turn this place into a river of blood. In the huge city below, everyone looked at each other. The Ji clan had retreated. Everything that happened today would definitely spread throughout the southern domain. Not bad. You have some guts. The Peacock King turned around and looked at Yi Fan. He laughed out loud. Yi Fan found it hard to laugh. He had cut off all means of retreat and was ready to fight to the death for a chance of survival. However, the Peacock King had arrived. Even though he had resolved his current crisis, in the long run, his situation was not good. Remember that the Peacock King was an almighty of the demonic beasts. If he acted like this, not only the Ji clan, but even the wavering light Holy Land would not be kind to him. Thank you for your help, senior. Yi Fan stepped forward and bowed. It's nothing. Don't mention it. The Peacock King smiled and said, I don't think you have anywhere else to go. Why don't you come with me? At the moment, Yi Fan really had no other choice but to go with the Peacock King. Otherwise, if the Ji clan turned around and returned, the same mistake would happen again. 10,000 rays of multicolored light and 1,000 streaks of auspicious colors formed a misty path that quickly spread across the horizon. The Peacock King ascended it with him and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. After they left, the huge city below was in an uproar. Many cultivators flew into the sky. What had happened today was too shocking. In the distant sky, the G clan clenched their fists tightly. Some people roared to the sky to vent their anger. In the Chisha mountain range of the G nation, there was a mountain range that had been scorched and barren. Not long ago, the Peacock King had fought Nangong Yin here, turning this place into a barren land. Yifan didn't expect that the Peacock King's place of seclusion was in the depths of the Chisha mountain range. After leaving the scorched land, they traveled another 500 kilometers and arrived at their destination. In front of them, the mountain range was steep with strange peaks. However, it couldn't be considered beautiful. Many clouds and mist lingered in the air. There were many lakes, mountain streams, and waterfalls everywhere. Not far away, there was a low stone mountain. It was very inconspicuous and looked bare with only a few vines winding around it. The Peacock King reached out and pointed. Stars appeared in the sky. A blue sky pressed down and a gentle light flowed down. Suddenly, a door appeared on the stone mountain. Yifan walked forward and followed the Peacock King. They walked through a dark passage. Not long after, there was a bright light in front of them. The fresh scent of plants drifted along with the wind and the melodious chirping of birds entered their ears. A completely different world. This was a picturesque world of fragrant flowers and chirping birds. The plants were verdant, the lakes were clear, and the rivers were like jade ribbons. In the distance, the mountain range was faintly discernible. This was a lively world. This was a space of its own, isolated from the outside world. It had a radius of 50 kilometers and everything was fresh and natural. Are you satisfied? The Peacock King asked with a smile. Senior's willingness to take me in is already a great kindness. I am very satisfied. This space was left behind by the ancient sages. When I found it, it was already badly damaged and on the verge of collapse. Later on, it was restored to this scale. The ability to create a space was astonishing. Yifan couldn't help but yearn for it. You can stay here for the time being. There are still some old friends here. After settling Yifan down, the Peacock King left this space, saying that he was going to pick up an old friend. This space was like a pure land. All kinds of animals were not startled by humans. The five-colored deer walked leisurely on the fragrant grass, the red-crowned crane circled above their heads, and a white rabbit actually scuttled into Yifan's bosom. This made him not know whether to laugh or cry. His residence was very tranquil. The wooden house was natural and elegant with many vines winding around it. There were no tall plants in the surroundings, and the grass was verdant and smooth. In front of the wooden house, there was a lake. It was so clear that the bottom could be seen and it looked translucent. It could be said that the scenery was very beautiful and suitable for cultivation. Here, Yifan's heart was at peace and he felt the taste of nature. After being continuously pursued for days, Yifan came to such a peaceful and auspicious pure land. He felt that breaking through the realm here was just around the corner. Not long after, Yifan saw a familiar person. It was the demon race's beauty, Qin Yao. It could be said that he had met an old friend. She was as sexy and charming as before. Her devilish figure rose and fell gracefully, and it was very tempting. I really didn't expect to meet you here. She smiled very sweetly, and there was a red mole between her eyebrows, sparkling and translucent. Yen Ryu was also here, but she was already in seclusion. Last time, they lost many people, and only a few elites escaped to this place. Qin Yao came closer and pinched Yifan's cheek. Her voice was magnetic as she said, "You really have guts to force out the demon god's sacred heart. How did you do it?" Yifan retorted without holding back. He lifted her chin and said, "It ran away on its own. what does it have to do with me? You little thing, you are full of secrets. How did you come here? Qin Yao pushed his hand away and asked with a smile. I was brought back by the Peacock King. Yi Fan didn't hide it. Not long after, Qin Yao left and only appeared again 3 days later. Little thing, the disturbance you caused is really not small. Qin Yao brought a lot of news. As expected, the confrontation between Yi Fan and the Ji clan's legendary figures had spread in this area. Some people had already ranked him together with Ji Haoyue, Yao Guang Saintis, Hua Yunfei, Yan Ryu, and Li Yuyu. Although his cultivation and background were not clear, his reputation was definitely not weaker than those people. The confrontation with the Ji clan's powerful figures shocked many cultivators. After hearing these news, Yi Fan was speechless. He knew it was even more dangerous now. I am really curious why the Ji clan mustered such a large force to hunt you down. No matter how Qin Yao asked, Yi Fan didn't say anything. He dodged everything and pushed the blame onto them. Isn't it because I was with you last time and they hated me? Speaking of which, I am about to die because of you. Speaking of which, Yi Fan asked about Pang Bo's recent situation again. Don't worry, he is not in any danger. Qin Yao didn't want to talk about this topic. For the past few days, Qin Yao appeared at the wooden house from time to time. Unfortunately, she didn't get any information. In this space, the night was not dark. It was hazy, as if moonlight was sprinkling down. Splash! Water splashed up. In the small lake in front of the wooden house, Qin Yao broke out of the water like a mermaid. Her black hair swayed and sparkling water droplets danced in the air. What are you looking at, little brat? Qin Yao laughed. Her skin was smooth like jade as she dared to provoke him in the water. Yi Fan sat on the shore and felt that it was very pleasing to the eye. He replied, I am looking at an evil spirit bathing. Hee hee. Qin Yao laughed. Her beautiful body was faintly discernible in the water. She said, according to reliable sources, you seem to have obtained a secret technique from the Ji clan. That is why they are chasing after you. Is that true? Yi Fan was shocked. If the outside world knew about this, not only would he have to face the Ji clan's pursuit, the other major powers would also be eyeing him covetously. A seductive laughter traveled over. Qin Yao broke out of the water. The mist was hazy, and her pure white body could be faintly seen. With a turn, she quickly put on a dress and walked over on the water. She had the body of a devil, the face of an angel, the neck of a swan, the waist of a slender woman, and the legs of a jade. Her figure swayed gracefully, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, she could be said to be a stunner. Her shoulders were exposed, and her dress dragged on the floor. She was extremely alluring. Her arms were as white as snow, and they shone with a bewitching luster. Her body was faintly discernible as she walked over. Are you still not going to tell me the truth? She stretched out her jade-like arms and stretched out her slender fingers to support Yi Fan's chin. She licked her rosy lips, looking very sexy. Her voice was so soft that it made one's body go numb. There is really nothing to say. You are thinking too much. Also, don't try to use honey traps on me. Otherwise, you will suffer a double loss and not get anything. Qin Yao's figure was tall, and her waist was slender. Her twin peaks were perky, and her jade-like legs were long and slender. She laughed and said, What does a little thing like you know? Since you said it, then I have nothing to worry about. What do you want? Qin Yao's large eyes flashed with light as she asked provocatively. As a modern person, Yi Fan was no longer a shy and pure young man. Since the other party was provoking him, he was naturally not afraid. He hugged Qin Yao's waist and felt her warmth. He was extremely aggressive and said, In order to prove that I am a man and not a brat, I can only start a massacre today. Chapter 159. Qin Yao chuckled. Her voice was like the sound of a bell. She struggled slightly and broke away from Yifan's arm. However, she did not hide far away. Instead, she continued to extend her hand and lifted Yifan's chin. Start a massacre. Seeing her so daring, Yifan laughed. If you are not afraid, what should I be afraid of? Little brat, you are too young. Qin Yao pinched his cheeks and smiled charmingly. Seems like I really have to prove. Yifan pushed her hand away and walked forward. Qin Yao floated away. Her back was graceful and graceful. Her laughter echoed in the night sky. In the end, she escaped. She was not really that open. Be careful, don't fall into the lake. Yifan laughed loudly. This seductress was indeed a beauty. She was very charming. She most likely wanted to get information from him and find out what secret art the Ji family had lost. Time passed quickly. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. Yifan cultivated in peace. The veins of heaven in his body became thicker and more crystalline. They turned into a divine bridge that stretched across the sea of bitterness. He felt that he was really close to the shore. Maybe in a few days, he could use that source and enter the next realm in one go. During this process, his consciousness was sharp. His life essence was strong. His body climbed to its peak. Everything was going smoothly and developing in a good direction. Yen Ryu had always been in seclusion. No one came to find him to nurture the demon emperor's sacred heart. They must have sensed something. The Peacock King's old friend had a great background. He was a powerful demon from the North region. He was called the Green Flood Dragon King. He crossed the void and came here. After entering this space, he had never shown himself. This made Yifan very excited. The other came from the North region. If he traveled with him when he returned, wouldn't all his problems be solved? He could not stay in the South region anymore. The best choice was to avoid the Ji family and go far away. The Green Flood Dragon King brought a lot of news about the North region. Although he did not show himself, the news had already spread. Currently, the northern region wasn't calm either. Just last month, someone saw moonlight above Origin Ancient Mine like water, converging into a river, flowing into the ancient mine. There were even people who swore that they saw inauspicious creatures with sinister appearances. They moved about Origin Ancient Mine's vicinity, making one's heart pound with fear. There were also people who said they'd personally seen humanoid life forms appear in the sky above Origin Ancient Mine, and they called upon the wind and rain, blotted out the sky, and caused the stars and moon to dim in comparison. The most shocking thing was that within Origin Ancient Mine's life-restricted region, there was a voice that sounded like the sounds of nature, making one feel intoxicated. Several people heard it with their own ears. As for what exactly was in Origin Ancient Mine, it had already been many years, so no one could say for sure. Perhaps only the Jiang family, Jade Lake Holy Land, and other great powers that had existed for a long time had some ancient records that could be inquired about. Over the past month, Qin Yao had appeared from time to time. Her words and actions were as bold as ever. She was the one who gave Yifan all the information. You're saying that the Green Flood Dragon King wants to invite the Peacock King to the northern region? Not bad. What is the matter? Yifan asked in confusion. I'm not sure either. However, recently, the Wavering Light Holy Land and the Ji family seem to be making preparations as well. They might send people over. Qin Yao didn't know the details either. Yifan revealed a thoughtful expression. Something was definitely going to happen in the northern region. How is the southern region right now? Yifan was quite concerned about the outside world. He wanted to know what the Ji family was doing. Even though the southern region is in turmoil, it's about to calm down. Ji Haoyue barely made it out alive, but he still managed to escape back to the Ji family. Qin Yao seemed to be quite regretful. The Peacock King's eldest disciple chased after Ji Haoyue for half a month. However, his divine body was still a divine body after all. He faced certain death situations several times, but he always resolved them and escaped. However, it also injured his vitality greatly. Without a year or two of time, he wouldn't be able to recover. Apart from this, the Wavering Light Holy Lord and the Ji family Holy Lord mobilized large forces to search for the Peacock King, wanting to kill him. Unfortunately, the Peacock King wasn't a hot-blooded youth. He ignored them, giving them strength, but they couldn't swing their fists. Of course, the most impactful thing was still the Bronze Immortal Palace. The mystic yellow Immortal Palace had sealed the palace door, and it was already slowly sinking into the ground. Many important figures had gathered there, but from start to finish, no one dared to rashly enter. The aura of the Bronze Immortal Palace could still be sensed. Those people were still pacing back and forth. Rumor has it that they want to lure out the crazy old man and have him lead the way. It's a pity that the crazy old man never showed up. Those big shots can't make up their minds. I'm sure that someone will enter in the end. Yi Fan said. If their lifespan hadn't reached its end, the peak figures wouldn't rashly enter. After all, since ancient times, the Bronze Immortal Palace had devoured many peerless experts. Those who had truly abandoned everything and dared to enter were all old figures who were about to pass away in meditation. At the crucial moment, they would definitely fight. The graveyard of the strong. Who knows how many heroes will fall? Qin Yao was also somewhat rueful. She knew that there would definitely be important figures of the monster race going there. Yi Fan's expression was a bit odd. He was the one who revealed the secret of the Bronze Immortal Palace. If there really were important figures who fell, it would be related to him. However, he didn't feel guilty. Everyone knew what kind of place the Bronze Immortal Palace was. Speaking of which, he had also given hope to those characters whose lifespan was about to end. Not long ago, the Peacock King fought against Nangongzheng. Who was stronger and who was weaker? Yi Fan really wanted to know the result of that battle. It was only an intense battle for 2 hours. How could the victor be decided? They aren't mortal enemies, so there's no need to fight to the death. Qin Yao's bare feet stepped on the pebbles in the lake. A cool breeze blew over, and her dress fluttered in the wind, outlining her alluring figure. It was extremely alluring. Nangongzheng must have gone to the Bronze Immortal Palace, right? Yi Fan asked. Yes. According to the Peacock King, Nangongzheng only has less than 100 years left to live. He doesn't want to sit and wait for death. He wants to use his 100 years to fight for peace. Isn't it to fight for a lifetime of immortality? Yi Fan revealed a curious expression. Since ancient times, how many people have become immortals? The Peacock King said that Nangongzheng wanted to calm his immortal heart and didn't want to wither away in the mortal world. Maybe he felt that only the Bronze Immortal Palace was the best place to bury his remains. Hearing this, Yi Fan sighed. To have cultivated to such a level yet to have such sorrow, it really made one sigh. Is the Ji clan still searching for my whereabouts? This was the question Yi Fan was most concerned about. No, everything is very quiet. Qin Yao shook her head. That's strange. Yi Fan didn't understand. You've been rescued by the demonic race. Even if they want to cause trouble for you, they'll have to go through the Peacock King first. Qin Yao smiled. Don't tell me you want them to keep searching for you. I just feel like they won't give up. Yi Fan had a bad feeling. Ji Ren once said that even if the Alcade Saint obtained the Great Void technique, they would find a way to take it back. We are going to the North region. Do you want to come with us? Qin Yao's eyes glowed and her red lips shone. She looked very sexy and charming. She chuckled, if you want to prove that you are a man, if you want to start a massacre, you can go to the North region. In a few years, you will have grown up. I am a man now. Yifan asked in a serious tone, are you sure that the Peacock King wants to go to the North region? He already promised the Blue Dragon King and has been preparing to open the gate. Qi Niao's expression turned serious, the Peacock King has a bad feeling. He feels like something big is about to happen and has decided to bring the descendants of the great emperor to the North region. Yifan was very excited. He was finally leaving the South region. He could finally get rid of all these troubles. Crack! Just then, the space shook violently and screams came from afar. What is going on? Yifan stood up. Bang! An even heavier sound rang out. This space had actually been torn apart by someone. In the sky, a huge crack extended far into the distance, and two figures descended like gods. Qi Niao's face turned pale. Those who dared to barge into the Peacock King's seclusion were not ordinary people. The two came together and it was easy to guess that they were two Saint Lords. The two were wrapped in a hazy light and their faces could not be seen clearly. They were like gods descending on the earth, making people feel fear and have the urge to kneel down. Alcade Saint and the Ji Clan Saint. Yifan's expression changed. He guessed that it must be these two. Kill! Suddenly, battle cries shook the heavens. Countless figures appeared just outside the great crack, densely packed as they charged in. Alcade Saint, Ji Clan's old man, you finally came to find us. The Peacock King let out a loud roar and soared into the sky like an unsheathed sword, silencing all the shouts of war. Apart from the Alcade Saint Lord and the Ji family Saint Lord, everyone else couldn't help but back off. Facing the supreme being who had shocked the entire southern region 800 years ago, they felt fear and were stunned by his terrifying aura. Peacock King, your cave is indeed well hidden. 800 years ago, I couldn't find it. Today, I finally got what I wanted and attacked. The Alcade Saint held his hands behind his back and a halo covered his body. He was like a god that people couldn't look at directly. Peacock King, you have provoked us again and again. Do you really think that you are invincible in the South region? The Ji Clan Saint stood high in the sky as if he was in the 9th layer of heaven. He looked down on the common people and said, let's end this today. How majestic. It seems like you want to kill me here today. The Peacock King laughed and said, man proposes but God disposes. I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Do you think there is no one in the monster race? A shout sounded and the entire space shook. A middle-aged man with a majestic aura charged into the sky and stood shoulder to shoulder with the Peacock King. Who are you? The Alcade Saint asked. Green Serpent King. The green-clothed middle-aged man's voice was like thunder. Hiss. Many people in the back took in a cold breath. The Green Serpent King wasn't unfamiliar to them. He was a powerhouse of the monster race in the North region. So what if I have one more person? Sacred Lord Yaoguang stepped forward, and 108 rings of light surrounded him. Each ring of light was crystal bright, and it was as if 108 great worlds were faintly discernible. Every step he took would cause the space around him to collapse. It was as if a god king was patrolling the sky. The Ji Clan Saint Lord had merged with the Tao of space. He was like a lonely universe or a boundless starry sky. He gave off the feeling of emptiness and eternity. It was as if he was standing in the starry sky of the ancient netherworld. Yifan felt that the situation wasn't good. He was filled with disgust towards these people. He had just settled down and his peaceful life was broken again. His future was unknown, and it was hard to predict whether he would live or die. The newcomers didn't come with good intentions. There were as many experts as the clouds. Apart from many famous figures, he actually saw the Alcade Saint, Hua Yunfei, Li Yuyu, and others. One could imagine how much power they had used. Even some young elites had come to fight. Chapter 160. What should we do? Two saints have come here together. There's no way this will end peacefully. Qi Niao was frowning, but she still had her own charm. The only thing she felt fortunate about was that the Green Dragon King was here. Otherwise, the Peacock King wouldn't be able to do anything alone. Qi Niao, hurry and leave or it'll be very dangerous, Yi Fan whispered. Come with me, Qi Niao urged. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave today. Even the Peacock King can't protect me. Yi Fan was very calm. There was no fear or panic. Since the Ji clan had said that even if the Wavering Light Saint obtained the Great Void technique, they would find a way to take it back, there was no reason for them to let him go. He would definitely be the main target of the search. Even the Ji clan saint had appeared. The Peacock King couldn't protect him. Taking him away was equivalent to taking away a part of the ancient void technique. What secret technique did you learn from the Ji clan? Qi Niao asked. Don't ask. If you know too much, the Ji clan will also hunt you down. Go now or it'll be too late. Qi Niao grabbed his wrist and said, let's go together. You don't have to do this. Yi Fan shook his head. You go first. I have my own plans. Seeing his firm refusal, Qi Niao turned around and looked at him. She smiled sweetly and said, you have to be careful. You must survive. If you want to go on a killing spree, you must grow up safely. More and more people appeared in this space. Not only the cultivators from the Ji clan and the Wavering Light Holy Land had arrived, but even the cultivators from the Taishian sect and the Xiaoyao school had arrived. This was an unimaginably powerful force. The densely packed figures occupied more than half of the sky. They had come to surround and kill the Peacock King. If the Green Dragon King wasn't here, the Peacock King would probably have died. Even so, the situation was not good. The Ji clan's holy lord merged with the void. The silence was like the great Tao, the emptiness was like the universe. His voice seemed to come from the eternal unknown, ethereal and deep. Peacock King, before we end things, I want someone from you. Yi Fan didn't need to think to know that the Ji family's holy lord was talking about him. Just as he had expected, someone as powerful as the Ji family's sacred leader personally mentioned his name. If it was any other cultivator, they would definitely feel honored to be mentioned by such a powerful figure. However, Yi Fan didn't even have the mood to cry. This kind of naming was equivalent to killing. Are you sure you want me to hand over this youth? The Peacock King asked meaningfully. Of course. When the Ji family's sacred lord said these two words, his voice reverberated. In the depths of the space, many monster race cultivators couldn't stand still and almost fell to the ground. The Peacock King sneered as he scanned the crowd before him and said, don't think that your Ji clan has so many experts that no one can compete with you. If you kill him, I dare say that there will be big trouble. As soon as he said that, not only were the people from the Ji clan shocked, even the other cultivators were shocked. Alarmish talk. In the distance, a legendary elder of the Ji family shouted in dissatisfaction. Yi Fan, come here. The Peacock King beckoned. Yi Fan could only rush into the sky and stand before the Peacock King. He didn't know what the Peacock King wanted to say. At this moment, he felt countless murderous intents rushing at him. Most of them came from the Ji clan. The Peacock King laughed out loud and his words were shocking. He said, if you kill him, your so-called foundation may not work. Unless your Ji family has a divine king who didn't die and crawled out from his grave, or else, hee. Was there such a person in this world? Daring to fight against the Ji clan. No one believed it. Because it was impossible to tell just how unfathomable the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji family were. Yi Fan, show me your footwork. The Peacock King's handsome face carried a smile. Now, Yi Fan naturally knew what he should do. He had to use the tiger's skin. Immediately, he left behind a series of afterimages in the sky as he displayed the footwork that the crazy owl taught him. The saint of the Ji clan didn't say anything. He stood there quietly and didn't say anything. The saint of the Yaoguang Holy Land was surrounded by 108 rings of light. It was as if many worlds appeared around him. He was like a divine king as he calmly asked, "Young man, who taught you this footwork?" "Big brother Crazy Owl," Yi Fan answered calmly. Hearing this, the Peacock King almost stumbled. He cursed inside. This brat was too much. Even if he met the Crazy Owl, he had to respectfully call him senior. The saint of the Yaoguang Holy Land was surrounded by the rings of light and his face couldn't be seen. However, from his silence, one could guess that he was speechless. The saint of the Ji clan didn't react at all. He merged with the air and disappeared. "Who is this crazy old man you're talking about?" a Ji clan elder asked. "A crazy old man. People say he's lived for 6,000 years. Yi Fan calmed down completely and said, "My big brother is a bit pitiful. He's not in his right mind and often loses himself." Motherf **Ker. Even the Peacock King was speechless. This brat kept calling him big brother. How could others endure this? That was a legendary character from 6,000 years ago. "My big brother is sad, my big brother can't forget his past, my big brother," Yi Fan spoke to himself, not caring about the feelings of the others, his mouth full of nonsense. In the end, the Peacock King couldn't take it anymore. He sent a message to Yi Fan, "Brat, are you addicted? You keep calling him crazy old brother. I think many people want to strangle you to death. You're full of nonsense." A Ji clan elder couldn't help but scold, "Who is this crazy old man? You don't know your place. If you don't believe me, then I have no other choice." Yi Fan shrugged. He then used a mysterious footwork and retreated. This made people even more speechless. Yi Fan was using his actions to prove his relationship with the crazy old man. In fact, many people already knew that Yi Fan was related to the crazy old man. However, no one would believe that the crazy old man was his big brother. This brat was obviously talking nonsense. "Brat, don't think you're safe. The crazy old man is crazy. No one dares to provoke him in the open, but once things get chaotic, someone will definitely try to kill you." The Peacock King secretly transmitted his voice. Did the Ji clan really not know about this before? They had tried to kill you before, so they must have known. They didn't point it out because they wanted to pretend they didn't know. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He had also guessed this. He was still in a dangerous situation. The only thing that reassured him was that the two Saint Lords wouldn't directly attack him. "Big brother crazy old man said that he will come to find me in the near future," Yi Fan said. God damn it. Many people wanted to say these words to him. At this moment, Saint Alcade and the Ji clan Saint Lord completely ignored him. They treated him like he didn't exist. The Ji clan Saint Lord shouted, "Peacock King, you dare to provoke my Ji clan. Today, you won't be able to escape." At this point, he could only rely on his own strength. In the void, he simply and directly sent out a palm strike. With a loud rumble, the space created by the ancient sages cracked and was on the verge of collapse. At the same time, the Alcade Saint stepped forward and shouted, "Peacock King, you escaped 800 years ago. Don't even think about leaving today." The Peacock King laughed, "I will soar above the world. Who can stop me? Who can stop me?" His black hair fluttered in the wind as he walked forward step by step. The union of man and nature emitted a strange pulse. Poof, poof, At this time, behind the two Saint Lords, people exploded and turned into mists of blood. They were all killed by the Peacock King's footsteps. Almost in the blink of an eye, over 100 cultivators were smashed into smithereens without even realizing it, leaving only a mist of blood floating in the air. The demon race's mighty figure's first appearance had stunned everyone. At the same time, the Green Serpent King and the Peacock King faced off against the two Saint Lords. Kill! Shouts shook the sky. The battle had completely erupted. Without a doubt, this was going to be a bloodbath. The Peacock King and the Green Serpent King didn't run away. They wanted to fight for a chance of survival for the Yao race cultivators here. After blocking the two Saint Lords, they would be surrounded by many famous figures. Yi Fan turned around and ran. Now that Big Brother Crazy Ol was useless, many people probably wanted to kill him during the chaotic battle. The only fortunate thing was that the two Saint Lords didn't personally take action. They let him leave the center of the area and didn't surround him. Yi brat, stop right there. Behind him, several hundred people were chasing after Yi Fan. They were all young disciples of the Ji family. Last time, Yi Fan was fearless and shouted at the people of the Ji family to scram. Now, he had become the public enemy of all the young disciples of the Ji family. How could he fight against hundreds of people chasing after him? A mouthful of spit from each person was enough to bury him. Yi Fan ran away without a trace and couldn't fight them head-on. Yi brat, don't run if you have the guts. F*CKU, don't chase me if you have the guts. Yi Fan replied without any change in expression and increased his speed. Little thief Yi, stop right there. I'll let you go 100 rounds and I'll still kill you. A female disciple of the Ji family shouted. Don't chase me, you're too ugly. I'm too lazy to fight with you. Yi Fan didn't forget to tease them as he ran. Some of the female disciples were furious, but they really couldn't catch up to Yi Fan. That mysterious movement technique was something they couldn't even hope to catch up to. Little thief Yi, you're the public enemy of the young generation of the Ji family. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, we'll kill you. You guys haven't woken up yet. How dare you speak such nonsense? Hurry up and go back to sleep. After that, Yi Fan didn't dare to speak anymore. Those who shouted were all disciples of the Ji family who didn't have very high cultivation. He got rid of them all, but many people didn't say a word and actually chased after him. There were no less than 10 people. Ji Hui, you damned old hag, you're really like a ghost that won't go away. Yi Fan discovered to his surprise that Ji Hui and several other legendary experts had personally chased after him. Ji Hui's expression was ashen. She didn't say a word and chased after him relentlessly. Now that the Peacock King didn't stand out, she didn't believe that Yi Fan could still escape. A tender laughter came over like small pearls falling on a jade plate, crisp and pleasant to listen to. The voice was very delicate and gentle. Little Yi Fan, don't run anymore. Big sister will protect you. Yi Fan turned around and discovered a tall and extremely sexy girl with a blue moon above her head. Her jade-like feet stepped on 5-colored lightning as she chased after him unhurriedly. She wasn't any slower than the legendary experts. She wore a green dress and was extremely alluring. Her skin was tender and snow-white. Even though she was chasing after him, she was still extremely flirtatious. Her large eyes were like water, and she was extremely charming. Her pearly white teeth bit her red lips, adding a bit of charm to her appearance. Who are you? This servant is Ji by you. Her smile was very sweet and didn't contain any killing intent. F*CK, so it's you. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This sexy girl even dared to kill her own little sister. She was definitely a ruthless person. At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that Hua Yunfei had also chased after him. He was like a nimble cloud as he floated over from behind. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, appearing otherworldly and noble. At the same time, he also discovered the Yaoguang Saintess. She was like a divine lotus that had just bloomed. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her jade-like body radiated a rosy glow. She had a beauty that could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. Her white robe fluttered in the wind like a fairy flying down from the moon palace. Yaoguang beauty, why are you chasing after me? The Yaoguang Saintess was extremely beautiful. Her eyes were filled with ripples as she smiled sweetly. All the flowers would lose their splendor. She transmitted her voice, "Little brother Yi, why are you running? Come with me to the Yaoguang Holy Land. No one can do anything to you, not even the Ji clan." Chapter 161. The Ji clan was chasing Yi Fan because of the Great Void technique, but the Yaoguang Saintess and Hua Yunfei were also chasing him. This was not a good sign. Soon, he also found the most outstanding disciple of the Xiaoyao clan, Li Yuyu. She was following him like a wisp of smoke. At the same time, he saw a dozen familiar figures. They were all the young heroes he had seen in Taixuan last time. Other than that, there were even more strange figures that he had never seen before. They were chasing him from afar. Now, he was in big trouble. The Ji clan wanted to get back the Great Void technique, and the other forces had ulterior motives. They also wanted to get a piece of the pie. Yi Fan felt that the road ahead was unknown. It was hard to tell whether he would live or die. It would be difficult to get rid of these people. "Little brother Yi, come with me. In this area, only the Yaoguang Holy Land can protect you," the Yaoguang Saintess said telepathically. Her voice was soft and had a hint of charm. Yi Fan wanted to go crazy and join the Yaoguang Holy Land. He wanted to announce the Great Void technique and cause a conflict between the two forces. But this was like a moth flying into a flame. He was in a dangerous situation. Everyone thought of him as Xuanzang. Just as he was distracted, light appeared under the feet of the Yaoguang Saintess. With each step, a golden lotus appeared. Like a willow in the wind, she moved her body and caught up. Yi Fan's eyes were wide open. He tried his best to increase his speed. This beautiful Yaoguang Saintess was too magical. She almost surpassed him. She laughed like the sound of nature. The Yaoguang Saintess stretched out her arm. Her slender fingers seemed to have a strange power. They brushed toward Yi Fan's back. Even though they were separated by a few hundred meters, Yi Fan could smell a fragrant breeze. That hand seemed to be touching his back, and he could already feel the softness of that hand. He broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, "Yaoguang Saintess, how old are you?" Everyone was stunned. They did not understand. The Yaoguang Saintess was a little surprised. Then she laughed and said, "Little rascal." Yi Fan only had one goal in doing so, which was to distract her and avoid the danger just now. The soft hand was flung away, and he continued to increase his speed. His blue robe fluttered. Hua Yunfei caught up and said, "Little brother Yi, you are a disciple of my humble peak. We are both from Taixuan. Come back with me." Li Yuyu of the Xiaoyao clan caught up as well. She could not be shaken off. "Little thief Yi, let's see who can save you today." Ji Hui's face was ashen as she closed the distance between them. No matter who he fell into, he definitely couldn't fall into the hands of this old woman. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for Yi Fan to die even if he wanted to. He wouldn't be able to close his eyes until he tasted all the torture in the world. "Yi, don't run. I won't hurt you," Bai Bua said. "Yi." Of Bua, she said, "Yi, you," Yi Fan said. "Bua of thunder." Bai smiled. "You of Qing." Yi Fan's heart trembled. The young experts who had chased after him had all cultivated to the third secret realm. They were no weaker than the famed experts. Looking back, other than the famous figures of the Ji clan, they were all young elites. Hua Yunfei, Li Yuyu, Bai Biyue, Yao Guang Saintis. At this point, there were a total of nearly 20 cultivators chasing after him, and he was unable to shake them off. He had seen half of them before, and the rest were strangers. Little Yi, big sister is here to take care of you. Ji Bu's eyes were like water. She had a sexy body and curves. The green moon above her head flew out and fell toward Yifan. Beauty, we can talk in private. It's not good to do this in public. At this moment, Yifan shuddered. His footwork became even stranger. With every step he took, there would be a Taoist rhyme circulating around him. After a few steps, he finally broke free from the green moon. The great Ji nation was famous in the southern region. It was known by cultivators because of a fire domain in the earth realm. People did not know why the fire domain was never extinguished. It had been burning since the desolate antiquity era. It was hard to say how long it had existed. There was no vegetation on the ground and no lava underground. There was nothing to support the fire, only the fire. No one knew why it was not extinguished. Regular cultivators did not dare to get close to the fire domain. However, when top cultivators forged weapons, they would choose this place as their first choice. The fire here had a mysterious power. It could help the weapon take shape and imprint the Tao and reason. Of course, the fire domain was not a peaceful place. It was fine when it was peaceful. However, if the fire rose high into the sky, it would be extremely dangerous. Even powerful cultivators had to retreat. There were many records about this place. The oldest ones even mentioned immortals and the ancient desolate tower. However, there were only a few strokes, and they were very vague. The words were unclear. Yifan was already 3,000 kilometers away from the Qixia mountain range. He had come from the center of the great Ji nation to the westernmost area. He saw a sea of fire in front of him. Only when he got closer did he discover a fire domain that was 50 kilometers wide blocking his way. Little thief Yi, there is no way out. Where can you run? Ji Hui's face sank. Her eyes shone with killing intent. She blocked his way, no longer in a hurry to give chase. The others also stopped and blocked off 3 directions, surrounding him in front of the fire domain. They stopped and did not advance. Yifan originally wanted to fly through the sky and charge over. However, when he saw the others, he did not act rashly. Damned old woman, what can you do to me? It's just a sea of fire. Do you really think you can stop me? Yifan stood there, observing the other party's reaction. The ignorant are fearless. You don't even fear the fire domain. Should I say that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, or should I say that you are ignorant? Seeing her attitude, Yifan immediately knew that this place was not friendly and that he could not trespass. Little brother Yi, don't hesitate. Come with me. The Yaoguang Saintess will focus on training you. The Yaoguang Saintess transmitted her voice to him, outlining a beautiful future and guiding him. Ji Hui personally walked forward and slowly closed in. The other famous figures followed behind. At this point, they could not give Yifan any more chances. Up ahead, an expanse of flames throbbed, the temperature scorching, roasting the great earth. The outer regions were scorched, many cracks appearing on the ground. Yifan gritted his teeth and decided to take a risk. He slowly retreated toward the fire domain. Otherwise, there would be no way out. Little Yi, why are you so unyielding? Ji Bus smiled. Her bare feet stepped on the 5-colored lightning and lightly floated forward. Whoosh! Yifan rushed into the fire domain. The heat hit him in the face and the flames burned all around him. He covered his body with divine light and quickly ran, preparing to pass through another direction. What a waste of time. If you don't die today, how can we be at ease? Ji Hui moved forward and entered the sea of flames, following him like a ghost. At this moment, there were more than 10 people chasing him. The others hesitated for a moment and then followed the famous figures in. The people chasing him split into 3 directions, giving him only one path. He could only advance into the depths of the fire domain. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan had entered 7 or 8 miles. The color of the flames changed from crimson to light blue. The temperature was even hotter. Even with the protection of divine power, he could still feel the heat. Everyone behind me, do you all want to become barbecued jerky? If you continue to chase me like this, even if you can watch me turn into ashes, you won't be able to escape, Yi Fan shouted behind him. Little Yi Fan, I really can't bear to see you get roasted. Come back quickly. I'll secretly make way for you. I'm not as cruel as Grand Aunt Ji Hui. I won't kill you, Ji Bus said secretly. Her eyes were captivating. After running for several miles, the color of the flames changed again. They turned from light blue to milky white like flowing milk. It was hazy. Yi Fan felt his mouth go dry. If this continued, he would really be roasted. At this point, the terrain was no longer flat. There were many huge rocks and a large stone forest. This made it convenient for him to escape. He could hide from time to time. Don't go any further. This fire domain is a place of refinement for the strong. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it is. You might be burned to ashes, Hua Yunfei said. Yi Fan ignored him and continued forward. After running for several miles, the 4th color of the flames appeared. They flickered with black light like underworld flames. They were frighteningly black and burned silently. Similarly, the stone forest in front of him became denser. It was strange. This kind of temperature was enough to melt the rocks, but the stone forest was not burned. As soon as Yi Fan stepped into the black flames, he felt his skin and flesh split open. This kind of underworld flames was extremely terrifying and made his heart palpitate. If it wasn't for the fact that his physical body was extremely strong, he would have been in danger. Even so, his entire body was burning. Behind him, Ji Hui and the others were also hesitating. Li Yuyu and the others' physical bodies were not as strong as Yi Fan's, but their divine power was profound. They were completely using their own cultivation to resist. Swoosh! Yao Guang Saintess rushed into the underworld flames. Her body was sparkling and sparkling. With every step she took, a golden lotus appeared. It was unknown what kind of movement technique she used, but it was incomparably beautiful. Golden lotuses bloomed under her feet. Her entire body swayed and was extremely beautiful. Little brother Yi, don't be stubborn. Right now, you have no way out. Come with me. Yao Guang is your only choice. Yao Guang Saintess's body was like jade. Her white dress was extremely eye-catching in the black flames. Her sparkling body was surrounded by a beautiful aura. She smiled and said, "You can't escape at all. Even the senior masters will frown when they come here. Can the Yao Guang Saintess marry?" Yi Fan teased. "If I can become Yao Guang's son-in-law, I can go with you. If you can defeat the Saint Master, it is not impossible." Yao Guang Saintess smiled and didn't look angry. Her celestial appearance was flawless, and her jade-like face revealed a charming smile. She said, "With your physique, you can rise up. Come with me quickly." Yi Fan sprinted in the stone forest. Saintess Yao Guang stepped on her golden lotus and followed him quickly. She was like a spring breeze, like a willow swaying in the wind. She was extremely gentle and beautiful, like a fairy dancing in the jade lake. Behind them, the crowd hesitated for a while before rushing into the black flames to chase after Yi Fan. According to the records, there were 9 layers of flames here. The 4th layer was already very dangerous. They didn't want to take the risk, but they had to chase after him. They were afraid that Yifan would successfully escape. Right in front of them, the golden flames were flashing. Yifan was a bit scared. The black flames were already too much for him to bear. If he entered the 5th layer, he was afraid that he would be completely burned. Even the sacred body of the ancients might not be able to withstand it. As expected, even Yaoguang Saintess didn't touch the golden flames. She carefully avoided them and circled around the edges to chase after him. Little brother Yi, you don't have a chance anymore. If you don't come with me, I'm afraid you will really turn into ashes. Yaoguang Saintess smiled sweetly. She reached out her slender jade-like hand to touch him. Yaoguang Saintess, I will propose to you in the future. Please go back. Yifan gritted his teeth and rushed into the golden flames. At this moment, he felt that his sacred body couldn't withstand it anymore. His skin was in danger of cracking and burning. He felt like he was about to turn into ashes. Divine power couldn't stop it, and the precious body couldn't withstand it either. Yifan was shocked. He quickly took out the pristine jade bottle and poured it into his mouth. As the heavenly spring entered his body, the terrifying feeling of turning into ashes finally disappeared a little. However, he was still in a dangerous situation. The heavenly spring was limited and couldn't last long. His body couldn't withstand it anymore, and sooner or later, he would burn and turn into ashes. Outside, everyone looked incredulous. They didn't expect that Yifan didn't melt and held on. Everyone was using their profound cultivation to support themselves. They could already see that Yifan was holding on with his strong physical body, which was really shocking. Ji Hui and the other legendary figures gathered together and made a decision. They sneered and went forward. They took out a jasper leaf and slashed at Yifan in the golden flames. At this moment, Yifan couldn't withstand the scorching heat. He felt like he was about to be smashed into pieces. His movements were very slow. Although he managed to dodge it, the jasper leaf still cut through the void around him. Yifan disappeared with a swoosh and entered the void. The Yaoguang Saintess was shocked. She said, a weapon imprinted with the Great Void technique. That's right. Ji Hui nodded and said, unfortunately, we can only go one way. Otherwise, we could have caught him. Another legendary figure of the Ji clan stroked his beard and said, it's enough for him to go several miles. He will fall into the 6th fire zone. We will also turn into ashes if we go in. He will die for sure. The 6th fire zone is called the Purple Chi from the east. Many important figures forge weapons there. I don't think he has any hope of survival, Ji Baiyu said. Let's go. We won't be able to hold on for long in the 4th Black Hellfire. Ji Hui led the way and walked out. What a pity. The others shook their heads and quickly left. I don't think he will die so easily. The Yaoguang Saintess had a strange expression on her beautiful face. She stood outside the golden flames for a long time. Seeing that there was no movement inside, she retreated and muttered to herself, what a pity. Hua Yunfei also waited quietly and listened. The fire zone was silent. Then, he turned and left. In the blink of an eye, the 4th Hellfire Zone was completely silent. When Ji Hui arrived outside the fire domain, she immediately ordered for the Ji family's cultivators to stand guard here. She didn't want any accidents to happen. She even wanted to ask the big shots of the family to go deep into the 6th layer of the fire domain to investigate. The 6th fire zone was called the Purple Chi from the east. The flames here didn't look like raging flames. Instead, they looked like purple mist. It was hazy. The jasper leaf was a forbidden weapon. It pierced through the void and manifested the complete Great Void technique. It passed through several miles of space, past the area where the golden flames were, and was about to break into the purple flames. The moment Yifan passed through the void, he knew something was wrong. He summoned the overarching heaven net to protect himself. Then, he held the pristine jade bottle and was ready to pour it on himself at any time. The place where important figures forged weapons was not a place he could survive. The void broke. At first, only a sliver of purple chi flowed in. But Yifan still felt like his body was about to explode. At the same time, he felt the source energy become active. Chapter 162. The purple energy was like a blade, wishing to cut Yifan apart. This left him horrified. This was just a trace. Come out. Yifan felt anxious, doing everything he could to circulate the all-life source energy, wishing to transfer it out. He could clearly sense that it had become much livelier. Mysterious yellow swirled, finally spreading outwards. However, it was only a small amount, covering the surface of his body. It couldn't completely protect him at all. Things were not looking good. Yifan's expression completely changed, activating divine force towards the overarching heaven net. He completely covered himself within, producing a cage that encompassed heaven and earth, trapping himself. Pang! The void completely split apart. That sparkling jasper leaf immediately shattered, turning into ashes, disappearing before Yifan's eyes. This was a forbidden artifact. Its power was great, able to display inconceivable power, but its fatal weakness was that after using it a few times, it would shatter. For example, in the ancient desolate restricted land, the three elders of Ji family, Jiang family, and Wavering Light Holy Land all grasped a forbidden artifact. After using it a few times, it would automatically shatter. Meanwhile, this jasper leaf couldn't compare to those three. After using it a single time, it would turn into powder. Strictly speaking, it could only be considered a small forbidden artifact. The void split apart. Yifan fell into a purple world. There were no flames, only flowing purple energy. It was hazy, but the temperature was terrifyingly high. He did everything he could to activate divine force, operating it towards the overarching heaven net. The net released star-like radiance, forming a barrier of light, temporarily blocking the purple flames. However, before he could rejoice, the barrier of light immediately caved in. The purple energy seemed to be extremely heavy, the barrier of light unable to block it at all. It burned fiercely, quickly melting away. What kind of flame is this? It can actually burn divine force. Yifan was inwardly shocked. If the overarching heaven net was destroyed, then he really wouldn't be able to do anything. Even though the all-life source energy was active, it didn't completely spread out, unable to completely protect him. Chi! The barrier of light caved in again, about to completely disappear. The purple mist pressed down, waves of terrifying blazing heat that made one's heart jump. It was already vaguely transmitted over. Even the Ji family's legendary figure's great treasure couldn't block the purple flames. This was the place where the big shots refined weapons. The flames that caught their eye were naturally rare treasures. Although Ji Hui's overarching heaven net was extraordinary, it couldn't compare to the treasures of great figures. It couldn't block the purple flames at all. Chi! The screen of light collapsed completely. The purple mist pressed down on the overarching heaven net, and the sparkling net immediately dimmed. Then, it actually let out cracking sounds. Cracks appeared on the overarching heaven net. It was about to be destroyed under the purple flames. Yifan was horrified. The divine spring within the holy jade bottle flowed outwards, pouring into his mouth. Then, he turned into a streak of light, rushing in a certain direction. Right now, there was purple chi everywhere. He had no idea which side was the periphery and which side was the center of the fire domain. He had no way of distinguishing between them. Kacha! With a final crisp sound, the overarching heaven net shattered inch by inch and was completely incinerated. No matter how strong Yi Fan's body was, he was unable to endure the scorching of the purple flames. However, even though there was only a small amount of source chi seeping out, it still had a bit of effect. It flowed on the surface of his body, misty, and actually forced the purple mist to be unable to truly get close to him. However, even so, he still couldn't endure it. It was as if there were millions of blunt knives slowly cutting his flesh. The pain was unbearable. It was hard to imagine just how high the temperature of the purple mist was. Now, he was about to break apart from a certain distance. Damned source chi, why isn't it flowing out? Yi Fan roared. He quickly ran, continuously pouring divine spring water into his mouth. As long as the source chi couldn't completely cover the surface of his body, he would undoubtedly die if this continued. After rushing out several li, Yi Fan almost fell into despair. The multicolored mist lingered in front of him, and it was even more terrifying than the purple mist. Damn it, this is the center. He turned around and rushed back. Yi Fan's body, which surpassed magic treasures, was currently blood red and about to combust. The small amount of source chi couldn't completely isolate the terrifying heat. At this moment, he suddenly froze. The holy jade bottle in his hand was inferior to the overarching heaven net, so why wasn't it incinerated? He was anxious just now and completely ignored this abnormality. One had to know that a small amount of source chi flowed on the surface of his body and didn't cover the holy jade bottle, so it couldn't separate it from the purple flames. Why is it unharmed? Yi Fan felt that his flesh was about to dry up. He felt that if he ran a few more steps, he would definitely shatter with a bang and turn into ashes. He didn't have any hesitation. He took out the holy jade bottle and put himself inside. First, I walked into the trap, then I put myself inside the holy jade bottle. Yi Fan discovered that he had actually done such an outrageous thing twice in a row. He was really forced into a corner. What exactly was inside the holy jade bottle that blocked the purple mist and left this treasure unharmed? Yi Fan entered and felt a wave of coolness. His dizziness was cleared up. Although this bottle was damaged in the forbidden ancient land, the space inside was still very vast. At the very least, it could fit a 50-meter tall hill. There wasn't much water left in the divine spring and it floated to the side. In the other corners, there were some miscellaneous items like food and water, the bronze plaque of the Thunderclap Temple, the ancient bronze lamp, and the Vajra pestle. After searching for a while, he was shocked to find that it was the Bodhi seed. Yi Fan knew that it was a holy item. However, his first impression was that it could only help him comprehend the Tao and didn't think much of it. After all, it was just a seed. He didn't expect it to be able to resist the purple flames. He was both surprised and happy. Out of all the items he obtained from the Thunderclap Temple, only the Bodhi seed was the most mysterious. It was undamaged and had a natural Tao diagram. Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed and silently circulated his divine power to rush out of the holy jade bottle. The moment he appeared outside, the purple mist retreated and quickly rolled to the sides, opening up a pure land for him. It really is like this, Yi Fan thought of many things. In the legends of Buddhism, what was the most powerful fire? Naturally, it was the karmic fire. The fire condensed from the karma of all living beings. It could burn Buddhas to ashes and destroy the gods of the world. There was nothing that could stop it. When all the sins of the world converged together, they formed karmic fire. When Buddhas comprehended the Tao, they paid particular attention to compassion. After experiencing the burning of karmic fire, they finally achieved Tao fruit. And when he comprehended the Tao, he relied on the Bodhi tree the most. It allowed him to achieve great enlightenment and resist all kinds of karmic fire to reach perfection. Without a doubt, the sacred Bodhi tree didn't fear the karmic fire and opened up its divinity. It was the most extraordinary. Of course, in this world, it was difficult to have true eternity. Perhaps the perfection of Buddhas only represented a realm and not the so-called eternal life. The world didn't know whether Buddhas were immortals or not. After all, the Thunderclap Temple had been destroyed. Even the legendary sacred Bodhi tree only left behind a seed. It can even resist the strongest karmic fire in the world. Naturally, it won't be afraid of these purple flames. Yi Fan was very excited. The Bodhi seed in his hand made him feel more and more mysterious and extraordinary. Within a radius of 3 meters, the purple flames couldn't invade. It was peaceful. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. With such a divine seed in his body, he felt at ease. Yi Fan calmed himself down, drinking a bit of divine spring, starting to treat his injuries. In that instant just now, his body was already close to burning, suffering serious injuries. He was in no hurry to leave this place. In the southern domain, this was perhaps the safest place for him. All the major powers were looking for him. If he left and was discovered, he would undoubtedly die. Yi Fan didn't move. He sat cross-legged for 3 days and drank some divine spring water. Only then did he recover to his peak state. The great figures are indeed terrifying. How much strength does one need to refine weapons in a place like this? If it weren't for the Bodhi seed, he wouldn't be able to survive here for even a moment. He was secretly shocked. The great figures were indeed unfathomable. During this period of time, he had been constantly on the run. It could be said that he had made ample preparations. There was enough food and water in the pristine jade bottle. He could live here in seclusion for a long time. Since he planned to live here for a long time, Yi Fan began to explore the purple chi from the east fire field. He wanted to understand everything here. This place was very quiet. Purple mist swirled around. There was no sound at all. Other than the crisscrossing stone forest, there was nothing else. What's so special about these stones? Even the treasures of the Ji clan's legendary figures were destroyed, but they are still intact. Yi Fan used all his strength to split open a stone. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary. This puzzled him. In the end, he could only conclude that the fire field was connected. Even the great figures choose to refine weapons here. Perhaps I can use this purple chi to refine my cauldron. Fire was very important to refining weapons. Back in Elder Han's cave, he had used the fire spirit underground to refine a cauldron. Now, the purple fire here was many times stronger than the fire spirit. It must have an even more extraordinary effect. Yi Fan was somewhat excited. After all, the source energy here had become very active. Perhaps it could really take shape. After wandering around this place for an hour, Yi Fan looked around. He didn't find anything special. Apart from some human-shaped ashes, he also discovered some materials that had been discarded during the refining process. Those who had left their traces here were obviously important figures. The higher the quality of the fire, the stronger the weapon refined. Legend has it that in the past, there were many powerful figures who would spend half their lives collecting fire essence to refine their weapons. Yi Fan felt that this place might be a great fortuitous encounter for him. You want to kill me? Who knows, maybe you will help me. Xiaochen already knew that there were 9 kinds of flames here. The deeper he went, the more horrifying the fire energy became. Right now, this was only the 6th floor. Many major figures chose to refine weapons here. How strong would the flames of the 7th floor be? What would the scene of the 8th floor be like? This made one's imagination run wild. As for the 9th floor, Yi Fan found it hard to imagine. There were many records about this place. The most ancient records even mentioned immortals and the ancient desolate tower. However, there were only a few vague words, and the words were unclear. Yi Fan did not know about this. If he did, he would definitely be even more excited and shocked. Xiaochen held the Bodhi seed and headed for the 7th floor of the fire domain. Earlier, he could vaguely see a 5-colored mist that gave off frightening fluctuations. After traveling for several kilometers, the 5-colored mist was hazy. It did not look like flames at all. Instead, it was more like immortal qi. It looked very peaceful, but it made one's heart palpitate. Even one's soul trembled. Just by standing at the periphery and not entering, Yi Fan felt a burning sensation. Furthermore, this was the result of holding the Bodhi seed. Xiao Chen's expression turned sluggish. Before entering, he already saw some human-shaped ashes and some damaged items. Some major figures chose to refine weapons on the 7th floor. However, it seems to be very dangerous. Some people died in there. Xiao Chen felt a chill. Even major figures died. One could easily imagine how horrifying the 5-colored mist was. Such flames had long surpassed his imagination. I'd better use the Bodhi seed to refine my cauldron on the 6th floor. If it can take shape, I can consider entering the 7th floor to refine it. Yi Fan did not want to take the risk now. He felt that he could take it slow. If he succeeded here, he could try to draw on the fire energy of the 7th floor or even the 8th floor to refine his cauldron. The origin root of all things source qi and the extreme Tao fire source. With such a combination, I can definitely refine my cauldron. Xiao Chen wanted to refine the strongest weapon. Chapter 163. The 6th level of the fire domain was misty and hazy with purple mist. It was named Purple Qi from the east and looked indescribably noble. This color was supposed to be an auspicious omen, but in the fire domain, it represented terror. It was impossible to estimate how hot the fire energy was. It had even burned some important figures to ashes. It was extremely dangerous. Even though Yi Fan had the Bodhi seed, he didn't dare to be careless. Yi Fan looked around and finally stopped in a stone forest. This place was relatively quiet and the purple mist was thin. It was suitable for a temporary residence. Around him, rocks were strewn everywhere. Some were like crouching bulls, others like bamboo shoots. They were in all kinds of shapes. How do I use the purple flames to forge? He frowned. Did he have to guide the purple flames into the sea of reincarnation? This was definitely very dangerous. Even his physical body couldn't bear it. If he guided it into his body, it was hard to say what would happen. But if he didn't guide the flames into his body, how could he forge the cauldron? The weapon had to be forged within his body. Only then could it merge with his body. There was no other way. This was the only way to unleash its greatest power. I'll just try guiding a strand. He held the Bodhi seed and sat down. The area within 3 meters became a pure land without a single purple flame. Yi Fan placed the seed on the ground and then walked to the edge. He carefully guided the purple flames and didn't dare to absorb too much. He only used his divine power to steal a strand. Hiss hiss. At this time, the strand of purple energy started to jump. It actually ignited the divine power and quickly melted a small bowl. Yi Fan was shocked. This purple energy was too strong and could even extinguish divine power. No wonder it was a threat to important figures. It was indeed dangerous. When the strand of purple energy approached the Bodhi seed, it finally stopped jumping. It was no longer harmful to the divine power and calmed down. What kind of flame is this? Just a strand of purple energy is so powerful. It can definitely cut through spirit treasures and pierce through the human body. It's really shocking. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He carefully controlled it to approach his skin and make contact with the strand of source qi that leaked out. Specks of ripples spread out. The mysterious yellow strand became much more lively and slowly flowed on the surface of his body. At the same time, the purple mist seemed to be attracted and moved in sync with it. Sure enough, there's hope. Yifan revealed a happy expression. Right now, everything was in preparation for refining the cauldron. Only by truly understanding the purple energy could he draw it into his body. He held the Bodhi bead in his hand and focused all his attention to fuse the purple flames with the source chi of all beings. Like a breeze blowing across the surface of a lake, ripples appeared. That wisp of myriad source chi emitted a strange fluctuation and absorbed the purple mist. Yifan immediately felt a wave of warmth, but it wasn't a burning sensation. It was like warm water flowing on his skin, giving him a very comfortable feeling. After the initial success, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He activated the mysterious technique recorded in the Tao scripture, allowing the wisp of source chi to flow on the surface of his body, from his fingers to his arms, then to his neck, chest, and thighs. He observed carefully. After the purple mist fused with the source chi, it was very calm. It did not struggle, and there was no sign of it wreaking havoc. Then, he activated divine force, pouring it into the all-life source energy, allowing it to merge together. It was still extremely calm, not displaying any abnormalities. This wisp of source chi flowed on the surface of his body like a warm spring breeze. It was like a gentle massage, making him feel very comfortable. From the looks of it, everything was normal, and there was no danger. Half an hour later, Yifan guided the wisp of mysterious yellow essence into his body. Of course, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. He first let it enter the flesh of his arm. If there was an accident, he could quickly stop it. He had to be so cautious. After all, this kind of purple flame was a threat to important figures. If he directly absorbed it into the sea of reincarnation and an accident happened, the consequences would be unthinkable. As it passed through the flesh, it was like essence was swimming. There was a trace of fluctuation amidst the warmth. Still, there was no accident. The purple chi entered his body and did not rebel. After repeated attempts, Yifan guided the wisp of source chi back into the sea of reincarnation and fused with the source chi. The source chi near the purple mist became lively, but because there was only a wisp of purple chi, there was no real change. At the initial stage, everything went smoothly, and there was no danger. Yifan decided to start absorbing more purple flames. After all, one wisp was too little, and it could not be used to refine the cauldron. In the purple chi from the East fire domain, the all-life source chi was lively, and it was easier to control. The second time, Yifan directly guided 3 wisps, and after absorbing the purple chi, he returned to the sea of reincarnation. After repeated attempts, Yifan felt that there was indeed danger, but he could control it. He should be able to use the purple chi refining cauldron. Half a day later, he sat there quietly, using divine power to guide the purple chi into this pure land. Then, he absorbed it with the source chi. Now, he gradually relaxed, absorbing dozens of wisps of mist at the same time. They followed the mysterious yellow essence back into the sea of reincarnation, gathering bit by bit. 2 days later, in Yifan's sea of bitterness, the all-life source chi was slightly purple and warm. However, this was far from enough. If he wanted to refine the cauldron, the fire energy had to be strong and blazing. On the 3rd day, Yifan increased the intensity of the fire. He sat quietly on the boulder, his body like a statue. Wisps of purple mist curled up, and the surface of his body was hazy. On the 4th day, within his sea of reincarnation, there was a ball of flame the size of a chicken egg throbbing. The purple mist continuously gathered, finally turning into a flame. The temperature was incomparably high, and even though he was surrounded by the mysterious yellow essence, waves of heat could still be felt. Now, Yifan didn't dare to draw in the purple energy anymore. The fire energy contained in that fireball exceeded his expectations. It was like a purple sun burning. Now is the time. He began to refine the cauldron. He held the Bodhi seed in his hand, sitting on the bluestone. His mind was calm, and a small cauldron appeared in his sea of consciousness. It had 3 legs and 2 handles, simple and unadorned. This was the cauldron in his heart. Everything had to be refined according to this until it took form. There couldn't be the slightest mistake or flaw. The all-life source chi surged, surrounding the purple flame. He tempered it with his heart, forging it with his spirit. His mind was highly concentrated, like a fully drawn bow. The purple flame burned, the all-life source chi hazy, containing the flame. It continuously changed shape, evolving into the shape of a cauldron. 1 day, 2 days, 7 days later, it actually released a sonorous sound, as if iron was really being forged. The sound traveled far into the distance. In the past, forging the cauldron wasn't difficult, and it could take form in half a month to a month. However, as soon as it left the green copper piece, it would immediately disintegrate, difficult to maintain. Now, after using the terrifying fire energy to temper it, it actually couldn't take form. It was as if he was polishing the world's hardest holy iron, hammering it 100 times, yet it would only turn into a lump. Yifan didn't worry, because this was how it should be. In the past, it couldn't be considered refining the cauldron, only gathering the source energy. That kind of formation was like building a tall building on a beach, destined to collapse. Now, using the best quality fire source to forge it, this was true artifact refinement. After taking form, it would become indestructible. On the 9th day, the purple flame gradually weakened, and then with a flash, it actually burned out, completely extinguished. At this moment, the all-life source chi was refined into a lump of irregular shape, far from taking form. Worthy of being the all-life source chi. Even after this type of fire energy burned out, it still couldn't take form. One has to understand that the purple flame could burn great figures to death, but using it to refine a cauldron would only make it take form, far from meeting the requirements. Yifan stood up and stretched his muscles. Then, he ate some food and drank some water. He muttered to himself, I wonder what's going on outside. Is there someone guarding the edge of the fiery field? He didn't immediately continue refining the cauldron. Instead, holding the Bodhi seed, he walked outside to take a look. After passing through multiple fiery fields, he finally arrived at the fiery field. Through the flames, he could see cultivators wandering around. Yifan hid himself and used his powerful consciousness to explore. Everything around him was clearly captured in his mind. After waiting for a long time, he finally heard someone speak. So many days have passed. Can we leave now? It's so boring here. The 6th level of the fiery field is where the great figures forge artifacts. He will turn to dust in no time. Why do we have to wait here? What an unnecessary move. Yifan silently retreated into the depths of the fiery field, no longer paying attention to those people. Right now, nothing was more important than refining the cauldron. He once again guided the purple flame into his body. He was familiar with this process. In less than half a day, he had gathered enough fire energy. The purple flame was burning hot and was absorbed by the all-life source chi. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal being hammered rang out again. He focused his mind and energy to refine the source chi, allowing it to slowly take shape. This time, it was even faster. In less than 3 days, the purple flame was extinguished. The all-life source chi is indeed unimaginable. Yifan felt that he could guide more of the purple flame into his body. Otherwise, if he gave up halfway, who knew when the cauldron would take shape? In the end, he continued to guide the flame. It gathered into a dazzling light in his body. It was as big as a fist. The all-life source chi could barely contain it. Any more and it would overflow. The purple flame burned fiercely and the sound of metal clanging rang out again. Yifan used his heart to refine and his spirit to forge. Poof! Suddenly, something unexpected happened. This time, there was too much purple flame. In the process of forging the cauldron, it overflowed from the all-life source chi. This was not a single wisp, nor was it a few dozen wisps. It was a small bowl. It was as big as a longan and was as bright as the sun. It was like the concentrated essence of the sun. Yifan's face immediately turned pale. He was not the Ji clan's supreme elder, he was not the Alcade saint. The reason why he could forge here was because he had the Bodhi seed. Now that the purple flame rushed out, it would be a disaster. As expected, after the purple flame left the all-life source chi, it immediately went berserk. It was as if it wanted to burn the 9 heavens and turn him into ashes. Boom! Suddenly, the golden sea of bitterness rolled up boundless waves, blocking the purple fire and covering it inside. Something shocking happened. The purple flame was engulfed by the golden seawater and was drowned in an instant. It was about to be extinguished. Yifan was shocked. He didn't think that the bitter sea, which was different from the others, would have such power to suppress the purple flame. The purple light flashed and the flame rushed back into the all-life source chi. In the end, it did not extinguish. Ha ha ha. Yifan laughed loudly and stood up. Using the source chi to contain the flame was a helpless choice. He should have used the fire source to contain the source chi. Originally, he was still worried that it would be too slow to forge the cauldron at this speed. Now, he finally had a solution. Yifan stood up and came to the hottest place in the purple chi from the east. The mist there was thick like a liquid that couldn't be dissolved. There were some human-shaped ashes on the ground. It was obvious that the big shots liked this place. Here, he directly absorbed a sea of purple flame and gathered it in the sea of reincarnation. The all-life source chi was completely contained. He used the golden bitter sea to suppress the purple flame and not let it leak. The purple flame burned fiercely in the bitter sea and continuously refined the black and yellow essence. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. 1 day, 2 days, Yifan didn't know how much fire energy he absorbed. It was as if he was forging iron every day. The purple mist in this region was getting thinner. Until 3 months later, the clanging sounds finally stopped. Yifan no longer absorbed the purple flame. At this moment, above the bitter sea, a small cauldron took form. It was simple and natural. Its 2 ears produced yin and yang, its 3 legs stabilized the heaven and earth, and its circle contained the primal chaos. It evolved Tao and truth and formed a body. It could contain all things. It faintly had the feeling of the beginning of heaven and earth and the natural Tao. Refining the cauldron with purple chi had finally taken shape. However, Yifan wasn't satisfied. He felt that this was only a rough embryo. He wanted to refine it with a stronger fire source. He also had another idea. After refining the cauldron, he wanted to evolve profound Tao patterns inside. Only then could it become the most powerful weapon. I haven't cultivated Tao patterns, but I have hundreds of ancient characters. Each of them is a priceless treasure. Chapter 164. This really was a small cauldron that was less than an inch tall. It didn't emit any dazzling radiance or shocking fluctuations of divine power. There was only nature and grandeur. Yes, it wasn't large and could even be considered small. However, it gave off a majestic feeling. It didn't seem like a supreme weapon, but more like a mountain and river, a star domain, a world of natural Tao. The source energy of all things was extremely rare and could be considered a treasure. It was a sacred object for refining weapons and was extremely hard to come by. There was even less of a need to mention the source energy's root. It only existed in legends and couldn't be seen. Now, it had been forged into a cauldron. Yifan found it hard to calm down. He looked at this cauldron and liked it more and more. The black and yellow represented the heaven and earth. It had 3 legs and 2 ears and was perfectly round at the top. It displayed the Tao and reason. He operated a mysterious technique and wanted to bring out the cauldron. However, he found to his shock that the small cauldron was as heavy as a mountain and couldn't be moved. He was truly shocked. The cauldron was as heavy as a mountain. "Rise!" Yi Fan used all of his strength and shouted loudly. He poured all of his divine power into the small cauldron and finally brought it out. It was simple and unadorned. It quietly floated in the air like a boulder at the beginning of the world. It didn't move at all. "Suppress!" Yi Fan shouted softly and wanted to bring it into the distance. The cauldron that was less than an inch tall shook in the air. The various boulders beside it silently turned into fine powder. The stone forest in front of him completely disappeared. The source energy of all things refined into a cauldron is terrifying as expected. Yi Fan retrieved the cauldron. He was happy at first, but then he frowned. This cauldron was too heavy and he couldn't move it at all. It felt like he was facing a great mountain. If it wasn't refined within his body and had an inseparable connection with him, he wouldn't be able to move it at all with his true cultivation. This cauldron already had the aura of a great weapon. If it interweaved Tao and reason, there would be a day when it would turn into an extreme weapon. Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry to head to the 7th floor's multicolored flames. If he wanted to refine the cauldron, he would have plenty of time. He wanted to increase his cultivation before that. His own strength was the foundation of everything. Otherwise, even with the cauldron on him, he wouldn't be able to move it as he wished. Right now, his body was strong and his divine power was vigorous. If he calmed down and cultivated, he would definitely have a breakthrough in a short period of time. Yi Fan chose a new stone forest and opened up a cave. He held the Bodhi seed in his hand and sat cross-legged inside, starting to cultivate silently. Last time, in the depths of the Qixia mountain range, the space of the Peacock King, Yi Fan had already achieved something. He only needed to take half a step to reach the peak of the Divine Bridge. Therefore, he was confident that he could break through to the Nirvana realm here. Time passed, and Yi Fan did not move at all. He quietly comprehended, and after a month, he finally reached the peak of the Divine Bridge. He was prepared to refine that fist-sized piece of origin. But at this moment, he discovered something strange. His vision was blurry, and he couldn't see anything. It was as if he had lost his sense of direction. How could this be? He was shocked, thinking that he had fallen into a trap. However, there was no murderous aura, nor was there any fluctuation of divine power. The surroundings were quiet. He sent out his powerful divine sense and scanned the surroundings. What was shocking was that when he sent out his divine sense, all he saw was a hazy fog and nothing else. My 5 senses, my spiritual sense, why are they blurry? What is hurting me? Yi Fan quickly calmed down and thought silently. Then, he muttered to himself, could it be? He thought of a possibility, a cultivation situation that he had neglected. The Divine Bridge realm had the misfortune of being lost. The Tao scriptures did not mention it in detail, so he had never paid attention to it. All this time, when he was comprehending the Tao scriptures, he had always focused on the heart's method. He didn't care about these irrelevant words. The human body was full of mysteries, and cultivators didn't want to be trapped in the sea of bitterness. If they wanted to explore other secret realms of the human body, they had to strengthen the sea of bitterness. Only by cultivating the vein of the heavens and crossing the sea of bitterness to the Nirvana realm could one break free from this predicament. This was the Divine Bridge realm, a very crucial stage. However, the vein of the heavens grew and traversed the void. Just how far could it extend to reach the Nirvana realm? Some people would spend their entire lives unable to see through the fabrications, and would be trapped on this end of the Divine Bridge, unable to cross the sea of bitterness. This was the misfortune of being lost. In the most severe cases, one's five senses would be stripped away, and one's spiritual sense would be lost. One would become an ignorant and senseless cripple, which was the most terrifying. When most people formed the vein of the heavens, they would be blocked by the dense fog, not knowing where they should go. However, it was not serious. As long as one calmed down, one could pass through it without being stopped. Yifan's cultivation had been very smooth up until now. It could be said that there were no twists and turns. Before he reached the peak of the divine bridge, he had not been restricted at all. It was only at this moment that it completely flared up. Endless dense fog rushed out, and the fabrications obscured his spiritual sense, blocking his path forward. This was a serious misfortune of being lost. Crossing the sea is the Nirvana realm. A test of life and death was placed in front of him, and he had to go through it. There was no such thing as retreat, or else his five senses would be stripped away, and he would be completely lost. Yifan placed the piece of origin to the side, and put the Bodhi seed into his robes. He wanted to face it head-on, and not leave himself anything to rely on. Powerful cultivators had to pass this stage by themselves. They had to experience it personally, or else their future cultivation would be shrouded in shadows, and their spiritual sense would no longer be sharp. This was a process of questioning one's heart, and not a process of relying on external objects. From a certain perspective, although the misfortune of being lost was a kind of tribulation, if one passed it, their body and mind would be baptized, and their instincts would be awakened. Their subconsciousness would become stronger, and they would see through the fabrications and reach the source. Yifan closed his eyes and did not move. He was as still as a fossil, and only after half a month did he say in a low voice, "I will not be lost." At this moment, in his eyes, the dense fog locked down the surroundings, and he seemed to be trapped in a cage. His mind was immersed in the sea of reincarnation, but he could only see a segment of the vein of the heavens. He did not know where he should go. The misfortune of being lost was known as a test of life and death, and it was not a lie. Many geniuses would mention this stage when they looked back. Yifan was really in danger. His five senses became more and more numb, and his spiritual sense was about to disappear. His entire body seemed to be sealed, and he could not hear or see. He was like a deaf or a blind person. "Ask my heart, where is the Nirvana realm?" Yifan was not afraid, and he did not panic. His heart was very calm. He seriously thought about what he had learned, and he tried his best to look at the fog, wanting to see through it. Nirvana realm, repent and be saved. He kept asking himself, the path of cultivation is long and tortuous. How can I turn back? How can I turn back? I have to move forward bravely. The fog was still sealed, and his five senses became more and more numb. He felt that he was about to lose all his spiritual sense, and this was a danger he had never experienced before. He might stop here and become a cripple. According to records, the greater the potential, the harder it is to break free from the misfortune of being lost. I am not discouraged, and I should rejoice. Yifan was still calm, and he did not panic. Instead, he felt even more confident. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed, and he still did not walk out of the fog. Time passed slowly, and for 2 whole months, Yifan was experiencing the misfortune of being lost. When his five senses were completely taken away, he could not sense anything. Nirvana realm, not the opposite shore. Why do I need to search? Wherever I go, it will be there. Where I stand, it is the Nirvana realm, said Yifan calmly. Rumble. The fog rolled and quickly dissipated. The world became clear, and everything was in front of him. In just an instant, the fog dissipated, and his five senses recovered. They were better than before, and they were incomparably sharp. A mysterious light enveloped his body as if he was receiving a baptism. He had passed the test of life and death, and had broken free from the misfortune of being lost. His instincts were being baptized, and his spiritual sense rushed out like a waterfall. The range he could sense became wider, and his body and mind seemed to have been tempered. Yifan immersed his mind into the sea of reincarnation. At this moment, the heavenly vein became thicker and clearer, and it was like a purple-gold bridge in the sea that led to an unknown place. He stepped onto the bridge and walked forward. Just as he said, wherever he went, there was the Nirvana realm. He crossed the sea. The heavenly vein shone brightly. He crossed the sea of bitterness and came to the end. This was a pure land filled with clouds and mist. In the sky, he could vaguely see a huge Taoist palace. The white clouds blocked his vision, and the Taoist palace disappeared. He could no longer capture it, but Yifan did not feel it was a pity. He had just reached the Nirvana realm and had not completed it. How could he enter the secret realm of the Taoist palace? The legendary Taoist palace corresponded to the thoracic region of the human body. There were 5 gods there, and when one cultivated in this secret realm, all sorts of strange things would happen. As long as the goddess of grains did not die, it would be called Xian Pin. The gate of Xian Pin was the root of heaven and earth. The 5 gods gave birth to the 5 elements, and the 5 qi was clear. It was connected to heaven and earth, and it was endless. It could give birth to the power of Tao. After reaching the Nirvana realm, he felt the changes in his body. His essence, qi, and spirit rose, and his divine power surged. The sea of bitterness expanded to the size of a palm, and the waves sparkled brightly. He felt that he could shatter the sky with one palm and crack the earth with one foot. This was a strange illusion after becoming stronger. He did not move, but he held the fist-sized origin in his hand and began to slowly refine it. He needed to consolidate this realm. He did not expect to reach the Nirvana realm and undergo a metamorphosis like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. That was unrealistic. After all, he had just reached this realm. The fist-sized origin was pure and flawless. It was overflowing with colors and contained an unimaginable majestic qi of essence. Yifan refined it for half a day and finally finished absorbing it. After that, he was silent for another 10 days before he finally woke up completely and completed this cultivation. At this moment, Yifan was shocked when he looked at the sea of reincarnation. The golden sea of bitterness was sparkling. He felt that there was something more. On the surface of the sea, it was full of vitality and there was green. What is that? Yifan was dumbfounded. There was a strange plant growing in the golden sea. It was faintly discernible like a green lotus, and there was a chaotic mist lingering around it. How could this be? He was very shocked and did not know why such a change would happen. When he inadvertently raised his head, he was stunned again. The sky above the sea of reincarnation was no longer misty and empty. It was blue like the sky. Yifan was really shocked. After reaching the Nirvana realm, a series of changes actually happened. The sky, green lotus. Is my anomaly going to appear? He found it hard to calm down, and then he said to himself, no, this is just the initial evolution of the sea of reincarnation. It can't be considered an anomaly. Chapter 165. The firmament above was green, deep and distant. Yifan couldn't see anything and couldn't speculate. In the sea of bitterness, a green lotus stood alone. It was full of vitality as if it was giving birth to a lively world. Around it, chaotic mist lingered, mysterious and hazy. At this moment, Yifan calmed down. His mind was empty as he observed carefully. It had just broken out of the water with only 3 green leaves. It had a natural Tao nature as if it was explaining the beginning of heaven and earth. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Everything is mixed, born before heaven and earth, the ancestor of all things, the ancestor of the Elephant Emperor. Yi Fan thought of these words in the ancient books. This green lotus was one with the sea of reincarnation. It had a strange charm like an unfathomable Tao abyss. It was calm and tranquil, as if it could exist forever. Yi Fan crossed the sea of bitterness and reached the Nirvana realm. The sea of reincarnation's initial evolution was mysterious and difficult to describe. The cauldron that was less than an inch tall bobbed up and down on the green lotus, looking more and more majestic. Yi Fan's heart moved. He was already a cultivator of the Nirvana realm and his strength had increased a lot. He tried to take out the cauldron. Swoosh! The cauldron appeared outside his body and hovered in front of him. He still felt a mountain-like pressure, but he could activate it this time. Bang! The cauldron didn't shoot up into the sky. It flew not far away, and when it came into contact with a boulder that was more than 10 meters tall, ashes filled the sky and the boulder was destroyed silently. It shook lightly, and so did the stone forest. The surrounding boulders were all shattered and turned into dust. The power of the cauldron was evident. However, Yi Fan's body also trembled. This cauldron didn't give birth to any Tao patterns, but it was already like a bottomless pit. As strong as his physique was, 1/3 of his strength was drained. In other words, he could only use it 3 times. This cauldron was powerful, but he couldn't use it as he wished. This made him happy and frown at the same time. Yi Fan activated it again and enlarged the cauldron to 1 meter tall. This was the limit of his control. Any bigger and he wouldn't be able to bear it. The cauldron floated in the sky like a bottomless pit, as if it could swallow the heavens. In front of it was a stone forest. The boulders that looked like crouching cows and bamboo shoots were all sucked into the cauldron. Yi Fan retrieved the cauldron and looked inside. He saw that it was filled with stones. With a gentle shake, everything inside was turned to dust. It slowly turned upside down, and the ashes flew away. There wasn't a speck of dust inside, and it was as clean as new. Even though his divine force was about to be sucked dry, he was still extremely satisfied. He liked this cauldron a lot. This type of power was truly great. There were no fluctuations, no divine radiance. The cauldron silently disappeared, returning to his sea of reincarnation. Now that the tripod had been refined and he had reached the Nirvana realm, his confidence had increased. After cultivating here for more than a few months, he really wanted to understand the situation outside. I wonder if the people of the Ji family have left. After recovering his divine power, Yi Fan walked outside. Outside the fire domain, the ground was dry and cracked. The scorched earth was vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was a barren land. More than half a year had already passed, and the Ji family disciples had long since left. That's good too. They think I've already perished. When the time comes, I'll give them a surprise. Yi Fan returned to the fire domain and prepared to draw upon the 5-colored cloud flame of the 7th level to refine his own tripod and make it more condensed. The 5-colored cloud flame was even hotter than the purple gas. He had just gotten close, and he hadn't even entered, but he already felt waves of scorching heat. This caused Yi Fan's heart to tremble. This was the result of holding the Bodhi seed in his hand. If he didn't have this seed, he most likely wouldn't be able to get close. Can I control such a powerful flame? He was uncertain. He carefully absorbed a wisp of the 5-colored cloud flame. Instantly, a sizzling sound rang out as his divine power was completely burned away. Yi Fan inhaled a breath of cold air. This kind of flame was too powerful. It could burn important figures alive. The human-shaped ashes on the ground proved all of this. He had no good idea how to safely absorb it into the sea of reincarnation and use it to refine the tripod. In the following days, he kept trying. He wanted to proceed safely and didn't act rashly. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound coming from outside. If it wasn't for his powerful consciousness, he wouldn't have sensed it at all. Could it be that someone is here? Yifan stealthily headed out. In the 4th level of the fire domain, black nether flames danced. A middle-aged man sat motionlessly on a huge rock. Above his head was an ancient pagoda that was half the height of a person. The flickering black flames constantly gathered on the body of the pagoda, causing it to emit sonorous sounds. The ancient pagoda was slowly changing shape. Why is he refining outside his body? He doesn't care much about his own weapons. Why did he come to the fire domain? Yifan was somewhat puzzled. At this moment, his expression changed. He was no stranger to that pagoda. He had seen it before. The ancient pagoda with 5 levels was completely silvery white. Although it was somewhat bright, there were traces of old age. That was why it gave off an overflowing feeling of antiquity. A middle-aged man in hemp garments. Yifan immediately thought of the group of people who chased after him and Ji Ziyue. Among them, there was a middle-aged cultivator in hemp garments. He held a 5-level ancient pagoda in his hand and almost killed him. At this moment, this man was dressed in black and sat quietly. However, the silver pagoda above his head kept changing shape. He wanted to melt it and refine it again. A 5-level ancient pagoda can be considered a powerful weapon. He actually wants to melt it. When a wisp of black and yellow qi rushed out from the pagoda, Yifan was even more certain that it was definitely the man in hemp garments. Although he didn't see his face that day, this pagoda was definitely not wrong. He's afraid that the Ji family will find clues and wants to erase the final traces. Yifan really wanted to know where this person came from. The hidden enemy really made him feel uneasy. Looks like he doesn't care much about this weapon. Maybe it's really as Ji Ziyue said, that this person is a puppet being controlled. Yifan observed carefully. Indeed, he felt that this person was a bit stiff. He sat there cross-legged like a piece of wood. I'm going to take him down and understand everything. He pondered for a moment and felt that this person was very strong. In terms of cultivation realm, this person was definitely above him. At the very least, he was a Dao Palace cultivator. I need to be absolutely safe. Otherwise, if I can't kill him and my identity is exposed, it will be a huge disaster. Yifan silently returned to the 6th level of the fire region. He took out his cauldron and let it absorb large amounts of purple flames like a whale drinking water. He then quickly meditated and quickly recovered his divine power. 8 minutes later, he returned to the 4th level of the Hellfire region and waited quietly. 4 hours later, the black-robed man completely melted the silver pagoda and remodeled it, slowly evolving it into a silver bell. At the final critical moment, when the silver bell was about to take shape, Yifan finally made his move. At this moment, the black-robed man was highly focused. His mind was completely immersed in the silver bell, carrying out the final refinement. The cauldron silently pressed forward and flipped violently. Large amounts of purple flames covered the sky and earth, burning fiercely. This kind of temperature could even burn important characters to death, not to mention cultivators of other realms. However, this person was unexpectedly cautious. He had actually carved Dao patterns around him. Brilliant light rushed out to block the purple flames. The legendary figure's treasures couldn't endure the purple flames and would break apart inch by inch. Even though there were Dao patterns here, they couldn't stop it. The only use it had was to buy time for this person. He was as fast as a ghost as he shifted to the side. Chi! Yifan was already prepared. The golden book had been waiting for a long time and was ready to meet the black-robed man. Pfft! With a flash of blood, the black-robed man was gravely injured. His body suddenly stiffened, and at the same time, the purple flames fell. No matter how fast he was still brushed by it. Half of his body was instantly set ablaze, and the left half of his body turned into ashes on the spot. The sky trembled slightly. The cauldron grew 1 meter tall and seemed to have the power to swallow the sky. It sucked in the middle-aged man's half-destroyed body and sealed him inside. Only now did Yifan release a breath of relief. He took out the holy jade bottle and quickly drank a mouthful of divine spring water. His divine force immediately recovered, and then he looked inside the cauldron. The black-robed man's body was half destroyed. He continuously trembled and struggled to sit up. He raised his head and saw Yifan. He immediately revealed a look of shock and said, "It's you, you're still alive." Yifan was moved. The other party cried out involuntarily as if they were quite familiar with each other. It was not as simple as chasing after him. He immediately laughed and said, "Just what kind of background do you have? I truly never thought that your life would be so tough." The black-robed man sighed. He then suddenly raised his head and a streak of light shot out from between his brows. He wanted to rush out of the cauldron, but it ended in failure. He couldn't break free from this cauldron. You are a walking corpse after all. You're just being controlled by someone. Yifan reached out his divine sense and was about to imprison him. However, the black-robed man was very decisive. The streak of light exploded like fireworks, leaving behind specks of light that ultimately dissipated in the cauldron. Yifan's expression changed, but it was already too late to stop him. He carefully searched where he was and found that the black-robed man's body was empty. Other than the silver bell that had been completely destroyed by the violet flames, there was nothing left. He threw the half-destroyed body into the netherworld flames, and in an instant, it turned into ashes. He muttered to himself, just who was it? It seemed to be someone familiar. Yifan cleaned up the traces of the scene and retreated into the 5th layer of the golden flames to hide. He quietly waited, wanting to see if anyone would appear. 3 days later, a tall old man finally appeared. He observed the pile of ashes for a moment and muttered to himself, "He actually died here. Who is this damned old man? I've never seen him before." Yifan was suspicious. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the old man rushed out of the fiery domain and quickly disappeared into the distance. 2 days later, Yifan walked into the 7th layer of the fiery domain. Even with the Bodhi seed protecting him, he still felt waves of burning pain. The temperature of the multicolored flames was unimaginable. The divine power that cultivators painstakingly cultivated could be directly ignited and could not be resisted. This kind of multicolored flame seemed to have a demonic nature and could devour anything. Although Yifan had successfully entered, he didn't know how to guide the flames into his body. The multicolored flames were too terrifying. Several days later, people shouted and beasts roared. It was as if there was a magnificent army galloping. The earth rumbled and trembled as countless strange beasts rushed towards the fiery domain. Among them, there were some powerful beasts whose roars could travel dozens of li. Yifan's divine sense was extremely sharp, and he was immediately alerted. He hurriedly looked around and revealed an expression of shock. "The people from the Ji clan are here." Just outside the fiery domain, there were more than 100 savage beasts, each of them divine and extraordinary. They stepped through the air and rumbled, causing the earth and sky to tremble. All of the riders wore black iron armor and were filled with an austere aura. A large flag with the word Ji written on it fluttered in the wind. Yifan saw Ji Hui, Ji Bue, and several other famous figures. There was also a carriage pulled by 9 divine horses that floated outside the fiery domain. The divine horses' roars shook the heavens. Each of them was as large as an elephant and had dense scales. There was a powerful pressure coming from them. The carriage sparkled and blossomed with auspicious colors. It was obvious that important figures from the Ji clan had arrived. "They can't be here for me, right? It shouldn't be like this. It's already been half a year. What are they here for?" Yifan was bewildered. An old man walked out of the carriage. Ji Hui hurriedly went forward and respectfully helped him off the carriage. Damn you! Yi Fan didn't dare to peep anymore and directly hid himself in the depths of the fiery domain.